All right. So we are going to talk about an essay by Ango Sakaguchi. Um, he wrote this essay after, during the U.S. occupation of Japan, kind of to with uh, cope with basically the fact that his country had lost the war and now they were under occupation, and the morality of the people seemed like it was decaying and stuff.
Still, it's interesting how he talks about, because you can see that it's something that, in a sense, always dwelt, always lived in him. This kind of sensation, the sensations that he's trying to put out on paper. He brings up a few examples of things that happened long before the war, and even in the past of Japanese history. Like you said, it's a little bit of a coping mechanism in some parts, but it's an interesting research. It's like it feels a little bit like a surgeon trying to understand this sickness, and so it's like cutting and carving into the living tissue of his own country, in a sense, and his own people, which is quite fascinating.
Yeah. So now I think we might go over. So basically, there are two translations. There's one on JSTOR, which is complete, which we're going to go over, and there's also another shorter one, which basically didn't translate the whole thing, but it explains some stuff, and I thought it was nice. So I say let's go over the shorter one first, and then we can go over to the longer one.
Mhm.
Okay, there's going to be some repetition, but it's pretty short, so yeah, I think it'll be fine.
Over the course of half a year, our lives changed completely. The humble shield of our sovereign lord, 1. Oh, to die for the emperor, would leave me no regrets, 2.
Okay, so basically, I think it's the humble shield of our sovereign lord. That's a phrase widely used in pre-war Japan. It means, though I may be lowly and base, I will protect the emperor with all my might. If, that's the sovereign lord that they're talking
Mhm.
about there. If it wasn't obvious. And the second one it's just a line from a patriotic song. Let's see, maybe we can see what the lyrics say.
Yeah, just to see the broader context.
Um, so Umi Yukaba is a Japanese song. Okay, what does it say? So there it is. At sea be my body water soaked, on land beat with grass overgrown. Let me die by the side of my sovereign, never will I look back. Okay. Um. So I mean, with
Seems like a very patriotic song about dying in battle, which was something very common, I think, for most countries until World War II. This was a very common idea to inspire people to go and fight. Of course, every nationality had its own sensitivity, its own lyrics, but even in Italian World War One and World War Two song, very often there was this idea of sacrificing one's life for, um, well, for God, king, for the kingdom, and for your family. In a sense, you are defending the three most sacred things. Every country approaches this a little bit differently, but this one is something that everyone, more or less, until our modern times, would have understood and even agreed. Maybe you would hate this other nation, but you would understand why its people were willing to die for it.
yeah, I guess I mean to a lot of people though, if I get the reaction proper, like people, I've seen people act like it was absurd for you know because here they're saying in this poem, for example, they're saying, and in that saying, like to be a humble shield for our sovereign lord. So it's about the emperor in particular, which I guess it's because he was kind of a god king, at least
Hmm.
during this specific period. Because from what I hear, I mean, it's something which happened after the Meiji Restoration. So basically, the Japanese felt like they had to have some kind of parallel, like uh, just like Europeans had kings, whatever. They basically tried to, because before that the emperor was just a puppet,
Hmm.
and but I guess the emperor became more than just a European king.
No, of course. Well, again, this is something that in Europe was experienced, especially before the French Revolution. This idea of the king being sent pretty much directly from God, because they had to. They were sort of imbued with a sort of divine grace, and they had to uh, demonstrate that, but their willingness of being, in a sense, a servant to their own people. Sure, they had their honors and the glory and everything, but they were still servants in a sense. They were there for the good of their people.
Because nowadays I kind of feel like people are more likely to say that it's for their race or for their nation or something like that, rather than for an individual, even patriotic people, right?
No,
Um,
of course. Sorry. Of
yeah.
course, there are some strong differences, but I
Um,
can understand where it's coming from in a sense when he brings up these sentiments that were there before and during the war.
so yeah, let's go on.
Mhm.
2. Many of the young men who professed these words fell gracefully in battle like withered blossoms, while those who survived returned home to form our black market. To desire a long life is shameful, to one day serve as the emperor's loyal shield is our vow. After 6 months' time, the
Okay.
faithful women who had
Hmm?
No, I like now immediately goes to the juxtaposition. These young people so willing to uh, burn for an ideal like serving and dying for the emperor, as soon as they come back home, faced with the reality of post-war Japan, they many of them, those same people were called to a heroic sacrifice, became smugglers, and you can see that it's in between accusatory, like, yeah, you were supposed to become a symbol of heroism. Instead, you be you have turned into a low-level criminal, pretty much. And at the same time, he understands that, well, once you come back home and you have survived the war, you need to survive in your daily life as well. I
Y-
kind of like that it goes to this juxtaposition, like from promised hero, promised sacrifice for the emperor, to, well, you need to make means meet your hands, isn't it? So you're
yeah,
becoming
yeah,
part of
becoming
the.
decadence in order to be able to do that, I guess. Um, you want to live a long life
Yeah,
now, rather
which
rather.
is something that he brings up later on. So it's interesting that they are already making this kind of bittersweet, ironic remark.
Yep.
After 6 months' time, the faithful women who had sent their men off to battle now perform the chore of kneeling, forehead to the ground, in front of their husbands' graves. All the while, the day when their hearts will welcome in some new desire, growing closer at hand. It wasn't people that had changed. People are the same as they have always been. What changed was merely the surface of our lives.
So
Okay. Hmm?
is that just a cope that people have, like the fact that he's saying that like, well, it's the same people haven't really changed, so um
It's true in a sense. I like that he first talks about women sending their men war with this kind of, I'd rather see you die in battle than live as a coward. and reminds me a little bit of how in Europe during World War One, if I remember right, there was a group of women who went around pretty much shaming those who didn't want to volunteer for the front, giving them what were called the feathers of shame. If I recall, the correct name was that. They will hand to them like a small box with 3 feathers that will represent their shame, like how dare you not go to the front line and sacrifice your life.
Yeah, I
They're
guess
supposed to be doing that.
the point that he's trying to make here is that well, those same women who were like that it has become like a mechanical thing for them to
Yeah,
get.
exactly. First, it was mechanical, pretty much. First, they were mechanically pushed to say to their men, go on the front line, and then they mechanically learned to go in front of their memorial tablet.
Uh,
And at the
the,
time,
the passion is gone basically.
yeah,
Like
then
not,
of
yeah,
course they will fall in love again,
yeah,
and
exactly.
that's something that he says. Yes, there is nothing new in that. Life goes on in a sense.
Yeah, and I guess that is also the decadence. I guess life going on like that.
In a sense, yeah, but in a sense it's fascinating because when we talk about decadence, very often we imagine something grandiose, isn't it? Like the fall of the Roman Empire. But in every day you can see small accounts of this same decadence, only on a smaller case. Even us getting older day by day, it's a form of decadence. Our bodies are literally decaying every single day. Uh,
Yeah, and that will be relevant. I
decadence,
think that will
yeah,
that
the decadence and half-life of of radioactive materials still come to mind in a sense. That same idea that there is an energy that gets depleted, and then the element itself is less noble. And I don't know. I find fascinating how the word decadence can be used in so many ways. It has even a positive aspect to a degree. It's just that very often we only focus on the negative side of it.
yeah. So I guess like he's the author is kind of like reassuring people, saying that it like it's not that things like like people suddenly became trash. This is what they were to begin
Yeah.
with.
Which again, it's something that even in Christianity there is the concept of the fall of man. So I think it's a common trait in most honest humans to understand that to a degree um, things are gonna get worse. I'm not saying everything has to go and become terrible, but for sure there is always something maybe improves, something else is decaying, something decays, but maybe there is something new that can bring a little bit of fresh air into your views or in the world, so on and so forth.
Okay, let's see what he has to say next.
Lives. One of the reasons why the shogun refused pardon for those 47 ronin.
So the 47 Dawning people, I mean everybody probably knows what they are, but
Yeah.
so the 47 Ronin. Do you want to explain who they were?
No, it's very simple. It's this 47. Well, a Ronin is a samurai not a retainer of anyone, so it's sort of is not bound to anyone. And this is a famous story of 47 of them trying to, yeah, there it is. It says trying to, they have to commit seppuku after they try to assault the court of a very famous daimyo. Is it? It's a court official. There it is.
Yeah, so basically, like they decided to give away their life for the sake of getting revenge for
They
their
lost
lord.
their master,
Yeah.
yeah, so they wanted to go on and became sort of emblematic of the spirit of the samurai that's willing to go
To
no
any
matter of yeah,
to
no
any
matter of
land.
power.
Yeah.
Mhm.
to any length to get
Start,
their
yeah.
vendetta, their revenge,
Mm.
for their loyalty. Okay, let's see.
Ronin, 3, why they were sentenced to death, was out of concern that should they be allowed to live they would live in shame, that it would be unacceptable should someone appear to sully their names. This kind of human emotion does not exist in our modern legal system.
Do you agree with that?
Well, we are talking about right now. The author is writing in 1946, so it's already showing how even in his times there was a different concept of what the legal system was supposed to do and how it's supposed to behave. Also, is coming to us from Japan, a culture that, when did they remove the death penalty in Japan? Not too long ago, I
They
think.
still
No,
have it.
it's
It's still
still
there.
there. Yeah, what I was saying. So we need to understand that the death sentence was and still is in place.
But
So the legal
I mean,
system,
the idea is that the reason why they were
they were
killed.
killed for different reasons, not for just for the good of society, but for their own good, to prevent them any further descent into,
Dishonor, I guess.
yeah.
Yeah. So
Since they were bound by that system, they were. It wasn't really a punishment in a sense. It was more like, uh, in a sense, a confirmation of the purity and greatness of their gesture. It was, in a sort of way, rewarded with death,
yes, because that is what they
honorable
were going
death.
for, essentially, right?
Yeah, they achieved their goal, so it was their peak. It was the peak moments of their life. As former samurai who lost their master, they were able to avenge him, and that's it. Their life was now sort of meaningless if they were to keep going. Like they say, like he says, it would be unacceptable. It would be a dishonor, a shame to go on.
But I mean, killing someone, like executing someone to save their honor is not something that would cross the mind of any lawmakers now, I imagine.
No, I don't think it's something that we would consider in the West, and probably not even in Japan anymore. Especially because the concept of honor has changed so much. Nowadays, I think pretty much in most modern societies, and Japan is a modern society, honor is viewed in a different framework, in a different way. And while the Japanese mind still has a sense of honor, I do believe to a degree, I don't think they will go the full length like they would do in the past when it comes to saving someone's honor.
Okay, let's see.
System. Still, I imagine that this tendency still lives on in hearts of many of us. It is perhaps an emotion common to all mankind, the desire to end something that started beautiful while it is still beautiful.
I really like this part here.
Yeah.
First of all, I think there is, yeah, I agree with him when he says that inside of us, to a level, we still have this idea that it's better to die in a state of purity, in a state of grace. Be it, again, let's say in the Christian context, the death of a martyr, it's seen as one of the best deaths possible when it comes to the spiritual salvation of the person. If you die a martyr, you are seen as the prime of the crop, pretty much. You literally are seen, in a sense, like a beautiful reed of grain being cut for the sake of the kingdom. So there is that. And the idea of someone sacrificing his or her life for something pure, for something grander than his or her own life, it's still admired, let's be honest. Maybe not in public, maybe when you are with your group, you mock them, you laugh at them, but inside you feel that something is wrong. You understand that it's better to die like this than to live for nothing.
Yeah,
Another, oh, sorry, go first.
Yeah, I mean, it's the idea to end something beautiful while it is still beautiful, and like I think he later on contrasts basically the. So he mentions the soldiers here who went to die, but then
Hmm.
I don't know if it's in this article or somewhere else. He also mentions that well, compare that to the old politicians who are like being carried off to
Yeah, I
um,
said it later on
yeah
in
to
this essay,
yeah
and I really like this idea of it's pretty much like when do you pick a flower? Not when it's a bud, but as soon as it starts to flower, as soon as it starts to bloom, that's the best time to cut it and put it in a either in formalin if you want to keep it, or dry it up between the pages of a book to make it last forever. Or if you want to put it in a vase, that's when you want to cut it because it's the freshest, the most beautiful moment of its life.
Okay, let's play the video.
Beautiful. More than a decade ago, the public expressed such great sympathy when, somewhere near Oiso, a student and his lover chose to kill themselves, to end their love while they were both still chaste.
Okay,
I'm
this is again something that no matter what, for us Westerners would look weird. And here is because for us suicide has been since Christian even I think even before Christianity wasn't seen as the best solution. Even if in the Roman Empire many politicians would commit suicide to avoid um, prosecution or their political enemies taking advantage of a scandal or something they did. Even if it was something positive, let's say help someone escape the empire or flee in a city, it was just to make sure that no one was there to stop them in a sense. Like you cannot discern my plans because I'm dead right now. But the idea of suicide in the West after Christianity has always been that suicide is either the wrong way out or the cowardly way out of some issue. It still seemed more as a pitiful act, something to be pitied, not something to be seen you are complete like to scorn people, but for sure to feel sorry for them because you you give up your eternal soul. Suicide most of the times, unless you're completely lost. That's why there is now in the Catholic Church, if you commit suicide, they still allowed you to be buried in a Christian cemetery because they say maybe the person went insane, so it wasn't his mind wasn't there when he committed suicide. We wouldn't see this as something almost poetic, not anymore at least. When we're talking about the ancient times before Christianity, we can understand it. We can see sort of the poetry in it. Let the in a sense is let the poet die with me. Like I think it was Nero who said that. Weird to quote a guy like him, but you can understand the spirit. There is something beautiful in me, and rather than have it consumed by the world, I'd rather in
Yeah,
the West, this is not accepted anymore since Christianity became the predominant religion. And in Japan, it still persisted. You can still feel that it says 10 years ago, right?
yeah. 10 years ago, this
Will be 1936.
yeah, because yeah, they wanted to keep their chastity, I guess. Well, then,
Yeah. In a
um,
sense, maybe in some occasions it will be seen something like this. Let's say um, two persons who are about to be captured and tortured, or they're gonna be torn apart forever. They will never be able to see one another, preferring death over separation in this life. But again, in the West, it's not very common that it's praised. You can see as a desperate last action. I remember reading a book by a priest in Russia that saw a few persons, even, and I think even Solzhenitsyn speaks about this. How some, let's say, there were prisoner camps, the gulags, and sometimes there were rebellions, and people were able to reunite with their loved ones. Two lovers will be able to meet one again, a man and a woman separated in the two camps, and get married. And before there were a few cases of, let's say, this freshly wed couple, when the Red Army will come in to take back the camp, the compound from these rebelled. Uh, what was the name of the prisoners? Stavra, something like that. Well, the prisoners, some of them would jump under the treads of the tanks rather than being captured and separated again. But it was seen more as desperation rather than something poetic.
Yeah.
Sorry for the.
No, no problem. That was interesting. So the author Ango Sakaguchi also wrote when Pearl Harbor happened. He also wrote a very good essay, um, basically praising and trying to understand what because basically apparently before the attack there was like before the planes came in there was a submarine attack, and
Oh,
all the pilots or whatever you want to call them of those submarines knew that like they only had enough fuel to go there anyway.
it was
um,
pretty much they knew they were going to die there no matter what.
yeah, and yeah, I mean, and basically the Ango was you know saying like what a great thing this is uh, yeah, essentially. uh,
Well, again, but that's a bit different. This idea of, oh, they had just enough for one last trip. Pretty much one last trip, either to heaven or hell, in a sense. But that
um,
one, again, it's a bit more heroic. It's something that we would understand. For example, the image of that Palestinian child standing up to the Israeli tank with just a stone. You
I
know,
mean,
a lost
but
cause.
I guess he was going more like for the kamikaze kind of idea, which is kind of horrifying to a lot of Westerners,
It
I
is
guess.
horrifying, but at the same time, to die in battle in such a violent way is something that we can sort of understand a bit more. The suicide for of two students to preserve their chastity, that's we will find way more horrifying, because if you die in battle, at least you're dying for something. I don't know how to explain it. You're sort of expected to risk and die in battle. When it comes to love, it's a different kind of death. It's the death of the self. You're giving up your life for someone, and that someone is giving up her life for you, and not really like drawing your blood and dying in the literal sense, but it's more of a metaphysical, a more figurative form of death. So with war, it's expected for the soldier to put his own life on the line in a different way. You know that you can end up tangled in the barbed wire,
Yeah,
being gutted alive.
but I guess the difference is that usually like people assume that like I'm going to be the like it's the guy next to me who is going to get shot in the head, not me.
Yeah,
Um,
of course. Was it Eisenhower who said the real purpose of of war is to make sure that you don't die for your country, but the bastard on the other side?
yeah, whereas if you are a kamikaze, you basically or some one of the persons on these submarines,
Yeah,
you know that that's why you're going there.
yeah.
Or with the 47 Ronin, for example, they knew
Mhm.
that they were going to die. Um,
Well, you see, there is sort of something more cathartic, I would say, in the idea of dying in battle, because even if you die in such a situation, there's going to be a sort of heroicism to it. For us Westerners, the idea of dying for love in that way will sound weird, really weird. The death of a kamikaze, we can accept it in a sense. This kind of desperation of I'm going to do everything I can to stand the line, to inflict as much death upon my enemies as possible. That one we
Um,
can say a bit more, I think.
I don't know about so I don't think that there's like a conception of that dying before chastity before your chastity is taken is good, but there certainly is at least was in, especially in the rock and roll era, an idea that it's better to die young.
No, that's true. Again, in Christian martyrology, there are quite a few saints who died to preserve their virginity. Even recent ones. There was a young girl in Italy who, rather than accepting the sexual advances of a man, allowed him to kill her to defend her own virginity. And the interesting thing is, this moved this man later on to reform his life, and he became a monk.
Hmm.
So the idea of defending chastity is understandable and even praiseworthy in the West. It's just the idea of dying, committing suicide to preserve it. To die for it is one thing. To take your own life in such a way, that's the weird part for us, I think. And even in a secularized society as ours, we still understand that to a degree.
For example, Yukio Mishima. I mean, the reason why he killed himself was obviously because he had a political point to make,
Mm,
but it wasn't just that. He wanted to basically die while his body was at the peak. Uh,
yes, and that one, in a sense, it's still weird for us. And yes, we will find it weird, but it will still we can still at least understand it, and it's the same. I can understand the idea of these two young lovers rather than seeing time spoil them and destroy their beauty and turn them into old persons. We can understand it, but we cannot accept it in a sense, or very few of us will be fine with this. There is a there is a good movie by Antonio De Curtis, Totò, an Italian actor. He plays in one of them is called Totò Diabolicus. He plays multiple characters, and one of them it's an old countess. It's a family of nobles. One of them is this old lady called Laudomia, who expresses the same desire of seeing beautiful things dying. Uh, Beautiful things doesn't even say humans. Pretty much, she pretty much treats people like if they were pets or even worse. And it's implied that she killed two of her husbands because they were beautiful and young. At one point, she remarks, "Oh yeah, I saw that movie, the Sheikh's son. Oh, Rodolfo Valentino, such a good actor. How good of him to die young." It's, it's like
I
it's
believe,
like something weird for us, but
yeah, I
many
believe
people like this.
yeah, I believe the samurai, if I'm not mistaken, when they ritually kill themselves when they committed a harakiri or whatever, they would put on their best makeup or whatever. I
Yeah,
bet
it
it.
was a ritual for them. It wasn't something that they should skimp on, in a sense. It was, if possible, of course, unless it was a situation when they were cornered and it was like it's better
Yeah.
to die. So I
Yeah.
know.
So again, the idea is that it's better to look good, to die while looking good, essentially.
Which again is something understandable, I think. In the Betrothed by Manzoni, an Italian writer, there is one scene that's very famous when it's during the Black Plague in Italy. And there are this group of people that are called Monatti who are gathering the dead bodies of the plague victims, and they defile them. They literally take whatever they can from their bodies. It's implied that they do some gnarly stuff behind the scenes, and that they are really happy that they survived the pest and they are able to impose their own will on this society. And at one point, there is this scene of a mother who brings this young girl of either 8 or 9. She's dead, but she put on the best dress, and she places gently on top of this. It's like a chart loaded to the brim with the corpses, and she puts this beautiful child in this beautiful dress on top of this pile of dead bodies, and she asks with a gentle voice almost, please leave her as it is. And even these people are so cruel, so detached, who don't care about anyone but themselves, and they find a sort of happiness in seeing the misery around them because they reign supreme onto it. Even they get sort of a sense of dignity in that moment. They understand that there is something more in that death, and they are not. And you understand that they are not gonna do anything to the body. They are not gonna try and remove the beautiful dress and try to resell it or something like this because they are touched. So I can see some parallels there between the elegance of committing suicide and the idea of a beautiful moment after death.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a little bit it at least to us Westerners anyway, it can come off as a little bit kind of immoral. The
No,
idea that
exactly. It's
yeah.
because we've been shaped for at least I would say 20 centuries, if even if for the last few centuries probably less directly, by moral values that come from the Christian point of view, in which your life is sacred, and committing suicide is to defile that sacredness.
And also I kind of feel like yeah, so basically like for a lot of people maybe, because I think this is basically what he's going for here, like that for a lot of people now in the modern world, like it's more important to just stay alive for as long as
Yes,
possible.
yes, you can
um,
feel that it's like
no matter how
not
much
only,
you degenerate, like
yeah,
you just want to
not
survive.
only staying alive, but even feeling your instincts to a degree, because it talks about these young women who sent their men to war, and now they are praying in front of the memorial tablets, but at the same time, as soon as a good looking man starts to come around and stick for a bit too longer in their life, something new arises in their hearts. And in a sense, he sees this as decadence, which to a degree it's understandable, it's sort of true.
Okay, let's play the vid. I think it's kind of I mean, I wouldn't say that they don't make a difference between what is beautiful and what is good, but like it's sort of the same almost. Um,
Yeah,
okay, let's play the audio rather.
I myself had similar feelings when my niece, with whom I had been extremely close, killed herself at the age of 21. I felt almost relieved that she had died while she was still beautiful and pure. For, while at first glance she was that beautiful and pure young girl, there was also terrible delicacy to her, and I worried that she would slip and fall head first into the fires of hell. My relief came because I couldn't bear to watch her live that life.
again, I would say it's something that we can understand even if we don't agree with this idea of, oh, I'd rather see you even commit suicide rather than decay. Let's be honest. How often we say, oh, I'd rather, every one of us probably would be in a position where we say, I would rather die than end up like this, isn't it? We
Yeah.
all have
Yeah, I
sensation.
mean, like sometimes I've heard the sentiment that basically like some people on the right who are basically like black pilled or whatever, like wouldn't like like kind of casually, I guess, but not seriously. But like, wouldn't it be better, like if the Chinese took over and like destroyed the entirety of Western civilization at this point, like It's like a
Yeah.
rotting corpse, like put us out of our misery. at,
Hmm.
at this point.
Sometimes, yeah, and I must be honest. Even this is bits of anecdote about my youth. I remember sharply when in high school. At one point, we were talking about the how terrible war and these kind of things like famine, and something popped up in my mind, and I voiced this opinion. I was like, well, you know what, in front of the teacher. So you can imagine 8 years old child, maybe I think I was 8, either 8 or 7, saying, well, I do believe there is a necessity for war, there is a necessity for famine and plagues and stuff like this, because otherwise life would be kind of boring. I was like, of course, at the time I didn't fully realize, but uh, this was a sentiment that was very common in, let's say, the futurist movement. That war is a sort of, one of their mottos was, war is the only hygiene of the world. It's the only way to scrub the wounds of the past. In a sense, you need more blood to wash the blood off of your hands. Um, so this idea of the young need rather spilling their own blood than soiling that same blood in the future because of the passions of their youth, or even more in the future, the advance of old age and all these kind of factors that are in a sense unavoidable in life. There is a sort of fatalism in this that's very similar to the Greek view of your life has already been, it's a string, it's already been pulled out, and whenever it's time, it's gonna be cut out. And your life, it's your life. It's very famous in Oedipus Rex, where, in a sense, no matter what they try to do, no matter what he tries to do, he's bound to become king and commit incest with his own mother. Of course, right now in the Western world there isn't such a fatalism. We do believe we got a free choice, and there is sort of a, yes, things will go bad. You're gonna have to face tough choices, but in the end you can say yes or no, which is even something that even the Stoics sort of implied in many of their writings. I don't know about Japan and fatalism, honestly, but sometimes that's how I see some of the writers, like this idea of this curse, of this cursed beauty, of this cursed um, youthfulness that sometimes needs to be blotted out before it gets corrupted, to preserve it in the moment of ecstasy, in the moment of peak beauty. It's something that I found, for example, in a book that I just finished to read a few days ago, Snow Spring by uh, Yukio Mishima, where at the end, the character, should I spoil the end?
Yeah, go on.
Well,
I'll have a short memory. I'll forget it
he
in soon.
dies,
Okay.
but he dies in a state of bliss because, in a sense, he lived through uh, all the extremes, all the extreme sensations that love can bring and that man can bear when it comes to love. He saw the greatest of victories and saw the lowest of defeats in all sense, and is devoured by a fire, and that manifests as a fever at the end of the story, and this fever is going to kill him. And at the age of 20 he dies, which seems similar, no, to this idea of this niece of Sakaguchi who committed suicide, and I felt kind of relieved that, like, oh, at least she didn't become that kind of woman that in her life does this and that, or she didn't succumb to the usual customs of our times. Oh, she didn't end up like this or like that. So I think it's something of a of a aesthetic sensitivity that in the West doesn't exist that much anymore, but we can still understand, and that in Japan, to a degree, I still think it exists.
Okay, let's read the rest.
During the war, writers were prohibited from telling love stories about widowed wives. Military and political leaders feared that such stories would only lead to moral degeneracy among widows. They wanted these women to spend the rest of their lives as exemplars of fidelity. The military was uniquely aware of the pitfalls of immorality. As a result, this prohibition was issued not because they didn't understand the nature of a woman's heart, but in fact, because they knew it all too well.
So when he says that the military was uniquely aware of the pitfalls of immorality, like it's kind of a little bit of a sneer as well at the military. If you,
But I kind of like it as a sneer because it's like, because you've been through all of this in a sense. I know you've been immoral first, and let's see what it says in the notes.
when Sakaguchi is okay, I'll just tell this thing to read it rather than. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Mm,
Or if you want, I can read it.
1. When Sakaguchi talks about immorality, he does so not from his own perspective, but from the perspective of the military. His aim is not to judge what the military did, but to understand why it made sense as a viable option to them.
Mhm.
yeah, so it's essentially what I said, right?
Yeah, it reminds me a little bit. There is an Italian song by De André, who says at one point the translation would be. One second, let me think of a good translation of this sentence. Okay, we all know that people feel like giving good advice like Jesus in the temple. We all know that people give good advice where they cannot give any more bad example. Isn't it very what is trying to imply like, oh, you people went through, you know why a woman will feel like this, you know why a man will fall in that way, because you went through this, isn't it? You are old enough that you committed all those things and you don't want the younger. It's the usual thing, no? The fathers forbid what they weren't able to resist when they were younger. It's the usual and often rooted in reality accusation that you weren't able to control yourself this and that way, that's why you put this law, that's why you put this restriction. Sometimes it's true, sometimes it's our malice trying to say you are guilty of that, isn't it? For me it's 50-50. Could be true, could be him sneaking, could be that the military did some awful things. These people did some awful things in the past, and now they want to prohibit it because they realized later on the toll of all of this. Or it could be that there was some honesty. I think there is also the option that some of these leaders really wanted purity, and not just because they were unchaste and impure in their youth. Some people, thankfully, still today, they can live up to the examples of past better men, and they can live up to some ideals. So 50, I'd say 50-50. I give Sakaguchi, let's say, is right, but I think he's also overgeneralizing.
Yeah, I mean, when such a thing comes to mind, it's hard to resist the temptation not to say it because it sounds good, if nothing else.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun. Let's be honest. It's always fun to push a little bit on the gas and just drive over some of these people you don't like. But
So,
we're realist at the same time. And I think he struck a good balance in that section.
It is said that the samurai of old Japan did not understand the emotions of women. To me, this is merely a superficial understanding of things. Bushido, the way of the samurai, was an exceedingly unrefined system of laws that was more than anything, a way for samurai to protect themselves against their own moral defects.
That's a very
For a
good point
samurai,
again.
Yep.
No, I mean,
samurai,
isn't it a little bit like with all moral codes? You start from your own deficiencies and try to find solution to them. We all know, either explicitly or implicitly, that we are, in a sense, damaged inside. You want to do it's St. Paul who says, "I want to do good, but I always do evil," pretty much.
Mhm.
And isn't it the same for all of us? Very often we fall short of our own ideal, and that's why we try to put them into a code. It's like more the footnotes of all our thoughts. It's like point one, this is better than that. Point two, we need to do this, and I'll explain later on why, but for now, trust me, it's better to do this, and so on and so forth. So the idea of putting a code, trying to, well, after all, Bushido, it literally means the path of the warrior. And why? Because like all paths, if you deviate from it, it's very easy to either get lost. So you just get lost in the tickets and starve to death, or get sick and die, or you are attacked by wild animals. So the idea is you walk this way, and in a sense you shall never die. And of course, I'm not just talking about the death of your body, but more like the death of yourself, of your image. The idea of being a samurai, of being a retainer for a lord for the rest of your life.
Yep. Let's. So basically, your honor.
Mm-hmm.
My word.
That shall
for a
live on.
samurai, it is one's duty to exact retribution upon his enemies by chasing them down to any extreme, even should he be required to become a beggar. But was there ever a loyal samurai who really felt a true burning desire for revenge and was compelled to chase down and slay his enemy?
Because I guess what he's trying to say here is that, well, it's back to his point earlier that when he says that, well, people are still really the same.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah, this is the idea, let's say. The idea would be like the 47 Ronin, to go on all the way in, to go the full length, no matter the cost, to pursue your final goal, be it revenge, be it protect your honor. But still, again, like you pointed out, one thing is the lofty ideal, another thing is measuring it to our own flawed and limited existence.
yeah, I think he's on to explain it a little bit more. So let's play it. Well, is it? Oh, it's up here.
Enemy? For samurai, all that mattered were the laws of revenge and the honor that it prescribed. While in fact, we Japanese are by nature a very forgiving people who do not hold grudges.
I don't know. Okay, let's see what he says.
Grudges. Our true nature is a shared optimism that yesterday's foe is today's friend. Compromise and reconciliation with yesterday's foe is a daily part of our lives.
That
Our enemy.
one.
It's a cop. Like we have lost. So now we are going to pretend that well, we didn't really hate you all along.
Let's not forget how long they were feuding with China and other countries that were just across the sea. This idea, it's a bit again, and this is why he's only human after all. We are all human. So again, he puts on this ideal of, yeah, we Japanese are like this, but history itself proves him wrong. And this one can be said of any thinkers, this can be said of any writers. I bet if one day I put out my notes, my things, my ideas, and someone reads them and then confronts what I read with anything
I,
on.
I think what is kind of saying is that basically the samurai idea of like getting revenge was inhuman, and forgiving
Yes,
being
he
is human.
explains it later on, but again, I do believe it's we in the West got a concept of what is natural and what is human that is slightly different from the Eastern understanding of it. Mostly because most of our philosophy and our understanding of the meaning of things, the epistemology of everything, comes more from a Thomistic point of view. Thomism being the kind of reasoning and thinking that came out of medieval Europe under the influence of Saint Thomas Aquinas. And one of these is the idea of the difference between what happens in nature, even in our own nature, and what is the natural law. He says it probably later on about the natural law, I think. But for us, the idea is what happens in nature, it's different from the true nature of something. For example, in nature, you've got, I want to say this without sounding weird, but let's put it this way. In nature, most of the times, reproduction is closer to rape if we were to frame it into the human nature. But we wouldn't say that that would be the nature of man at the same time. That, oh, well, then since it happens in nature out there in the wild, we should do it as well. No, we understand that there is a difference between how we do things and how a cat produces offspring. And that's why if a man were to act like an animal, we would say that person is an animal. He raped a woman. He has to go to jail.
Mm.
I fear it's a little bit missing this difference between what is the teleological, the final goal of something, the theological goal of lovemaking being two persons coming together, understanding the depth of their love, and in the meantime, there is the opening to a possible future life. In this case, is this idea that these laws are unnatural because they fight an instinct. Fighting an instinct needs to be understood in a different way for us Westerners. Is this instinct an instinct that guides our nature, like the instincts to find food when we are starving, to find water when we are thirsty, to find a partner because we realize that the human species has to live on? Or is this instinct the kind of violent, dangerous instincts that can arise from the fallen
性悪
parts?
説か
I think there's a relevant clip to this from an anime called I think it was Monogatari. So can you see it?
Yeah.
Hopefully you can hear it as well.
性悪説か高校生なら性善説くらい知っとるやろ。中国の哲学者孟子の思想や。人は生まれながらにして善性を有するっちゅうあれや。性善説が理想論やとするなら性悪説は現実論や。人間の本質は欲望である。人間は欲望に支配されとるっちゅう身も蓋もない純子の思想やね。人は生まれながらにして悪性を持つ言うねんな。
生まれながらに悪。
そう、故に人が善行をなすならばそれは本性ではなく偽りによるしかない。そうカッパした。偽りであり偽物であり偽善によるしかないと。
偽善。
偽つまりは仁や。善はもとより全て偽善であり、だからこそそこには善であろうという意図があるちゅうてな。これは海輝くんが昔よう言っとった思考ゲームやねんけどな。本物とそれと全く同じ区別もつかんような偽物とどっちの方が価値があると思う？
本物と偽物。
これに対するうちの答えは当然本物の方が価値があるやった。 押野くんはトカチヤ言うとったかな。けど海輝くんはコナー言うとったわ。偽物の方が圧倒的に価値があるってな。そこに本物になろうという意志があるだけ、偽物の方が本物よりも本物だ。海輝くんはな、どうしようもない怖くて。
Yeah.
Interesting.
So yeah.
No, just saying, it's interesting that they're debating this kind of concept. I would lean towards the idea of we not really evil in the sense of evil as we describe it right now. Again, I will go more to a Christian concept of the captivus diaboli, which means prisoner of the devil. The idea would be our very minds, in a sense, are damaged by the fall of Adam and Eve, who committed the original sin, and thus we are ensnared and easily led to what is wrong. Thus we become evil by choice.
So I think the idea that Ango is kind of going for here is that basically the ideal and the good is rather like the samurai ideal of getting the revenge no matter what.
In a sense, it's
But-
true.
But that's just the ideal. But the real thing, which is decadent and immoral and whatever, is
Let's
that
put it like this: our baseline is decadent because we are fallen. However, by an effort, and this effort is not only, in a sense, our own, we can rise up and try to emerge from this sludge and try to grasp for something that lifts us out of this mire. And of course, it takes way more effort to either completely sink into this bog and commit suicide. So there is the two extremes are really difficult. Is either giving in and sinking completely until you are submerged and you die, or to go for the opposite struggle and try to lift yourself no matter how painfully how difficult it's going to be, and so on and so forth, and try to emerge from this concoction of personal desires that lead to just misery and the circumstances around us, and try to better ourselves. So in a sense, yes, it is artificial because our nature is just to float.
Yeah. So basically, what he's saying is that forgiveness is decadent, but it is real because So basically, what he's saying is that
I think it's being optimistic.
all you people are going to just forgive the Americans. We are all just going to forgive the Americans because
I think that's
that's
optimistic.
natural. That's convenient. We just
Yeah,
want to
but this is the difference. Then it's not true forgiveness. It's more like begrudgingly getting it. Like he says,
it's more like forgetting. I guess it's more like forgetting.
Yeah. It's Machiavellian. It's utilitarianism to a degree.
Yeah. Anyway, but so it's that as opposed to the samurai ideal of getting revenge no matter what.
Yeah, exactly.
And so I guess the reason why I got that clip is because that clip is also saying so here the desire would be like the desire like to live a long life rather than just rebel against the Americans and probably die.
It's a little bit like the let's say the reprobates in during the persecutions in the Roman Empire, and then even in the Empire, those who would give up their own their faith just to preserve their own lives. It's something similar. It's the idea of, well, it's better compromise for my good today, and then in the future I will see, than say I cannot compromise right now because I'm bound to something higher. And again, this is a personal struggle, and I can understand him trying to say, we are going to, in a sense, try and get along with our enemy. But again, this is coming from someone whose background is very different from a Westerner, even just 50 years ago. I don't think um, if Japan, let's say, was a Christian country, it would have been probably very different as an approach.
Yeah, it should have been a totally different country. So
Indeed.
yeah, of course it would have been different. So yeah, I think
Of course, I speak with my own biases. I acknowledge that as someone who was born in the West in a certain time frame and who grew up with a certain culture and something that was even a counterculture to a degree for our modern times, being Catholic and someone who tries to live a decently devout life with
it,
certain
it, it,
values that
it's basically that like I think Nietzsche basically said that for a lot of people, quote unquote forgiveness is basically not being able to get revenge. Uh,
yeah, and honestly, many things that Nietzsche points out about these kind of things I agree with. Some people are like this. A lot of people are like this because true forgiveness, trust me, it's costly.
yeah,
That's the
because I don't think if you can't actually do anything against someone, you can't actually forgive
yeah,
them,
exactly. It's
right?
the difference between nice and good. A nice person is someone that maybe, if he had the potential and the opportunity, will do horrible things to get on top of the ladder. A good person is someone that, no matter his position or her position, she would endeavor to use those tools not for his or her own gain alone. There's nothing wrong with trying to improve your situation, of course, but you should never do it. That's the ideal, of course. You should never do it at the expense of someone else. But
Yeah,
easier done, isn't it?
yeah, I think so. So basically, Nietzsche's point is that, from what I get, is that well,
You're a
it's good if you can it's good if you can be good, but most people can't be good.
Yeah, no,
So
exactly.
don't be
Very,
nice,
very often
be
it's
bad.
hypocritical. Very often our forgiveness is just a facade, a sham,
Yeah,
a charade, something like
yeah.
just a cover up.
So basically, saying it's better to be bad than to be nice if you can't be
Because
good.
if you had the opportunity, I wanted to write a short story about something like this, like someone waiting for let's say, a terrible event, a civil war or something like this, just to enact his own revenge on someone who did wrong in the past and that he thinks everyone else thinks he has forgiven, which is very interesting because human nature, you say today, maybe you say, "Oh, I would never do that," and tomorrow you do exactly that. Oh, I'm better than this, and then you do it even worse maybe um, than ever before. This is the horrible thing about us. Very often we believe ourselves to be better than we really are. And it's a form of pride that leads to terrible falls, not only for ourselves, but also for the people around us, because we are social animals. So, of course, we interact with others, no matter how close or how far, how big or how small the community around us.
Yeah, but basically, like in some cases, it's easier to quote unquote forgive than to get revenge. Like for example,
Yes,
with the
exactly.
47 Ronin. For
That
example,
kind of
yeah.
weird fake forgiveness, it's easier than try because you don't need to put much effort in. And I think this is a little bit what uh, Sakaguchi is expressing here when it comes to the idea of the past enemies becoming today's friends.
Yeah, and so if you like at the end of the clip earlier, like so that's this character called Kaihi, who is basically everything about him is a lie. So basically, there's people who have supernatural powers
Hmm.
in this setting, and like they can conjure spirits and shit. But I don't think that Kaihi actually has any powers. He's just a con man. But he's such a good con man that he's basically able to con the people who have supernatural powers to think that that he has them as well.
Interesting.
So like here they were having like this little debate about like so is it better to like pursue like the quote unquote fake ideal because from the perspective in their mind, if something is not according to our selfish nature, then that means it's just it's something deliberate, and if it's something deliberate, then it's a lie, it's hypocrisy, it's not your true nature. And you're not your true, and if it's not your true nature, then it's not your true self either. So the reason why
Well,
why at
yeah,
the
exactly.
yeah, so that's what they think. So the reason why they were saying that s- that like that character was arguing that maybe like the fake, which is indistinguishable from the real thing, might be better than the real
Well,
thing.
to a degree, again, if we want to link this to Christianity, is an idea that um, Lewis explains in Mere Christianity how, let's say, the moral failure very often is bigger than any other failures, because let's say you grew up in a very tough neighborhood, and one day you see someone is trying to tuck in his wallet, and the wallet falls off of his pocket. You rush after him and you return the wallet. Well, that gesture, given your background, is way better than, let's say, a very good person just giving away 1,000, let's say, $1,000 to a poor person on the street, 1,000 pounds on someone on the street. But why? Because in the context of that person, who grew up in a rough neighborhood and who since his childhood saw example of, oh, just steal and rob and just show that you are the strongest one around. Doing something generous will cost him the ridicule of his peers. So you can see that it took, in a sense, yet to escape his quote unquote real self to do something that was fake, but that fake was a better self in a
Yeah,
sense.
yeah. So
So
that
it's difficult because
yeah.
you need to understand what we are talking when it comes to the fake and the true. And that's why in Christianity, having a moral framework that starts from someone, God, that it's above and beyond ourselves. That's why we can try and point to something greater than us, in a sense.
Yeah, so basically here it would be like the Bushido or whatever. So basically something outside of yourself which you are under. But basically again that's something outside of yourself. So it's
Hmm.
not
But
your
again,
nature. It's the
exactly,
nature of the code.
exactly. But that's why we are talking. We need to distinguish between the nature, quote unquote, nature of man and the real natural call of man. And again, it's something that maybe Sakaguchi hasn't got as well defined as us in the West. We were blessed, really, by some of the philosophers who expounded and tried to explain this apparent contradiction between the nature and the natural, because we understood what the natural law is and where the natural law comes from and what is the
Yeah, yeah. I guess from his perspective, it's the natural and the ideal essentially. Like
exactly.
so, you have an ideal, and then there's the natural.
Mm,
But those are those. So basically, you try to achieve the ideal, but you're still at the end of the day, you're still part of the natural. Essentially, most people are going to be.
for us would be what St. Paul says, I try to do good, but I do evil, because we
Yeah,
always fall short.
yeah,
That's
and basically his point is that like we can build all these beautiful ideals, but
Mhm.
eventually it will all fall back to the natural again. But then it's natural for us to build another ideal as well, essentially, in its
Yeah,
place.
it's sort of a cyclical thing for him.
Okay, let's continue reading the thing. Um,
Our enemies exist precisely so that we might reconcile with them. We yearn to serve both our master and yesterday's enemy, too.
What's that from? We our enemies exist so that we might reconcile with them. I don't think that's particularly Japanese. But I mean, bear in mind that these people, Sakaguchi, and for that matter, Mishima as well. Like, it's not like they haven't read any Western authors, or don't. So basically, they have also been to a certain extent westernized.
Yeah, you can feel that for sure. The thing is, did they read them and understood them? That's one of the biggest questions I got, because um, very often I can sense that the Japanese, even in a modern product like, say, Evangelion, they like to quote the Western world, but more of it's
They
a tool.
have their own spin on it, essentially.
Yeah, it's a tool for aesthetic, but it's just a facade. It's just something
They don't
that you
just
look.
accept it. They don't. They don't.
I think that they don't accept it. I think they don't really understand it. That's the biggest issue. There is such a divide. It's like, I remember when I went in Sweden, there was one of the royal palaces was like, uh, outside of it in the gardens there was a Chinese style pagoda. The problem is, they couldn't hire anyone from China to decorate it, so Swedish artists just came up with uh, uh, how to translate it in English, I'm not sure, but sort of like Chinese like things. So you would have on the walls paintings that resembled Chinese paintings, and random strokes made to look like Chinese words on the walls, but it was like gibberish. Wouldn't mean anything. Reminds me again of something that happened with Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, when at one point we were accused of being unsensitive to Arab culture, because the side streets in the mission, when the Marines are trying to take over one of the cities, had some fake Arabic that were just squiggles on the on the signs. It's like, I find it kind of interesting that I can see parallels between these two things, and I do believe it's the same a little bit for the Japanese cultured man, for the intelligentsia of those times, who were decently versed in Western authors. But I do believe at the same time, some of the, if not most of the meaning behind the thoughts of Western authors got lost in translation, not just because of the language barrier, but because of the cultural and religious barrier.
So you don't think that they understood it and rejected it. You think that they didn't understand it and that's why they rejected it.
To a large degree, yes. Not all of them. I'm sure many of them were able to also understand it. For example, Akutagawa, I think he understood very well the Western mentality, because he even approached Christianity at one point. He tried to understand Christianity from within. He was a very tormented person, but he lacked that something that was able to break through this barrier between the two cultures, and he ended up committing suicide regardless while reading a Bible. He overdosed on some medicines, I think, and he sat down reading a Bible while he was slowly dying, which for a true Christian would be absurd. So I still think there is a strong divide, and that's why even someone like Yukio Mishima, whose work very often reference Western authors, they are missing something. Even a Catholic author like Endo Shushaku, um, the writer of Silence, if you have seen the movie, and many other Christian themed stories based in Japan or around Japanese Christians, he sort of felt that was something off about Christianity when it came to its interaction with Japanese culture. He says, when I got baptized, he was baptized with the name of Paul. He says that he had to put on Western dresses, and he felt wrong. He felt that they didn't belong onto his Japanese body, and he always felt that no matter how much he he came to understand and accept his Christianity, there was something that was off.
Yeah.
And someone who grew up since he was a child and lived most of his pretty much all his life as a Christian felt like this. You can imagine someone just looking from the outside, not even willing to try and really embrace such a point of view that dominated Western culture even after it was removed from the public scene. No matter if you quote Leopardi, no matter if you quote Baudelaire, no matter if you are quoting even more recent authors, the influence of Christianity is undeniable on the Western way of thinking and perceiving reality itself and what's beyond.
Yeah, so I guess they kind of feel like this is something foreign. If I accept it, then that means I must reject being Japanese
In a
somehow.
sense, yeah.
I
Or it's
see.
gonna change me too much and I cannot change that much.
It would be like so. Yeah, I guess this is kind of relevant given that you mentioned that guy wouldn't choose between being Japanese or Christian. Here, Ango Sakaguchi says we yearn to serve both our master and yesterday's enemy, and
Hmm.
the footnote is here. I'll set it to read it now. Uh,
Sakaguchi has taken a famous line and general saying from the records of the grand historian. The original translates as, "A loyal follower serves but one master." He has rewritten it as we constantly yearn to serve two masters, in order to highlight the close proximity and direct opposition that exists between duty and one's true nature. This is the beginning of his explanation for why the Japanese people supported Japan's involvement in World War II.
so
Yeah,
yeah,
it's a very good point. Again, it's because his understanding of true nature and duty are a bit different from ours.
yeah,
It's very similar to a quotation in the Bible as well, when it's clearly stated, "A man cannot serve two masters." It's pretty
yeah.
much the same sentiment,
Hmm.
with the difference that he's trying to say, well, actually, no.
Yeah.
Again, this difference. Sorry, finish and then I'll go on.
I think so. Basically, like I guess that the Japanese author you said, or those Japanese authors you talked about, felt like they were serving two masters by trying to be Christians and Japanese at the same time, essentially.
Some of them felt like this, absolutely. The thing is, it's because in our Western world, we've got foundations that are shared. We've got the Greco-Roman foundation was reconciled with the Christian one because there were enough things that could work for both. That's why it was so. In a sense, the Greek and Roman mentality, despite its flaws, seems the perfect ground for the Christian seed to develop and grow, which is something. And again, to quote Shushaku Endo, at one point he describes the land of Japan as a swamp where the seed of Christianity. This is in the voice. It's something that the Inquisitor, the Shinto Inquisitor, says to the captured priest in Silence. The land of Japan is like a swamp. You can plant the seed, but its roots will rot away. And I think explains the mentality of the Japanese people very well. For them, this kind of change is very difficult, it's treacherous, because their understanding of nature, of their call to duty, is very different from ours. Like he says here, we constantly yearn to serve two masters. It's something that we all struggle with, isn't it? The idea that for our self-interest we will try to balance more than one devotion, one attachment. Happens to me as well. I'm not saying that just because I was born and grew up with certain values and with certain views, etc. It's easy for me. Of course, there is the allure of power, the allure of sexual gratification, no matter the outcomes or the risks or the immoral behaviors. So this idea of serving two masters, again, it's more of it's a difference between what we want to do, what our instincts, our desires, our appetites guide us towards, and what we ought to do, what we are supposed to do.
Yeah. So
It's,
in this case, the two masters, I guess, are Japan and the United States, which is
yeah,
occupied Japan.
exactly. I'd say in this case is here. And of course, I can understand his difficulty to balance the act and the reality. The act of being, yeah, yeah, we like you right now, and so on and so forth, and the reality of you invaded us, you threw two nuclear bombs onto two of our cities, and now we've been defeated, and you came here and took over.
Yeah. So basically, yeah. Basically, but what I think is trying to say though is that the reality is that life must go on, and so it must have been the ideal well of serving just one master. We can't forget about that for now.
To compromise, to try and go on in a sense. And I think he's not very pleased with it anyway. He's just saying it's just something that comes natural to us. In a sense. But again, doesn't mean it's good. Just because it comes natural doesn't mean it's good. Because it's this distinction between what happens in nature and what is truly our nature. And so on and so forth. So
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. So again, I think he doesn't seem to make that distinction. He just seems to believe that that's an ideal which is not unattainable for now. And
yeah, it's
maybe
a little
yeah.
bit like Kafka in a sense. He says we know where we want to get, but we have no way to get there.
Okay.
The Japanese people could never have been forced off to battle had we not been ordered to never endure the shame of being captured alive.
The Japanese, sorry, the Japanese could never have been forced off to battle had we not been ordered to never endure the shame of being. Okay.
In a sense, they were able to say you can go. They were able to go to the front line because they were willing to commit suicide rather than being captured because well, it would be too much of a shame. I think that's what it's trying to
Yeah,
say.
I think that in Hirohito's speech, surrender speech or whatever, he kind of got around it by saying that essentially surrendering is even worse um, than like dying. But we are even going to endure that. We are going to endure the
Yeah, in a
idea,
sense, it's like we are so strong we can even handle this.
which is we can even handle this, which is worse than that.
Yeah, exactly. It's a weird kind of reasoning, but I can see where it was coming from.
Alive. We were obedient to the law, but our true feelings were exactly the opposite. The history of Japanese warfare is not a history of Bushido, but a history of scheming and trickery. That is why
Again, it goes on again with we were obedient to the law, but our true feelings were exactly the opposite. This again, I can truly understand where it's coming from, and it's something that all humanity has been struggling with. The difference being that in the West we've got the tools to understand why there are these two opposite forces at work. We put it in a more metaphysical framework. The idea that on one side we are attracted to these desires that call to our flesh, our mind, and on the other side there is the quote unquote ideal, the Christian ideal of your soul being able to decide in the end. Oh, sure, there is that occasion of sin. I could even get away with it. And then you can interject and say, but do I really want to? Is it gonna do? Is it gonna be that good? Is it gonna be rewarding? What about the eternal price of it? That's what's I think missing is in his understanding of this this attraction and repulsion for something that goes against what he calls the real nature.
The history of Japanese warfare is not a history of bushido, but a history of scheming and trickery. That is why we might know the mechanisms that move history not through relying on facts and evidence, but by looking inside ourselves. Just as our military leaders prohibited love stories about widowed women, the samurai of the past needed the bushido to protect themselves and their subordinates from both their own moral weaknesses.
Again, which is true. We need some rules to protect ourselves and those who are, he says, subordinates here. And I agree. Me as a Catholic, I know the Pope needs the the Ten Commandments as much as I need them. Even worse, if the Pope fails, his failure is 10 times,
Yeah.
100 times, 1 billion times worse than mine, because he's supposed to be pretty much
I
the
think, yeah.
is like the spokesperson for the whole church. Is the one holding the throne in the name of Christ.
Yeah, so basically, so the reason why he thinks that the Bushido, the samurai needed Bushido, or that the Pope needs the Ten Commandments, is again because our true nature is not that. That is because
And
if it was
that's
our
where
true nature, then we wouldn't need it again.
and that's where we would strongly disagree,
Really.
because for me, in a sense, it is part of our nature since we are fallen that we feel this desire to transgress the law. But if there was no law in place, we wouldn't be able to truly transgress it, isn't it? If we had no understanding of good and evil. What
Yeah, yeah.
part of let's say this, a part of the perverse pleasure of sin is that you know you're doing something that goes against what is allowed. It's the same reason why even in pagan Rome, homosexuality wasn't seen as something good, and many of the homosexual men would go to the dock area, to the docks, where they could have their private encounters in the dark. The pleasure was of the thing that was forbidden, the fact that it was in the dark, and also the risk. The risk that if you came across someone that was, let's say, a dock worker with a knife and he understood what you were there for, he would stab you and leave you to die in that place and be eaten alive by a rat maybe later on. I think this is something that is missing
Yeah,
in
he doesn't seem to care whether you actually know what is good or not. It's just the way that people act is that in practice, I guess, for him.
Mhm. But this is the thing: just because the majority of people act in one way doesn't mean it's good.
I don't think he's
Which,
saying it's good either.
no, just
Yeah. Okay,
just
let's. Yeah,
something that pretty much everyone can understand. I think even he's
yeah,
understanding this.
yeah. Okay. So I'm going to first. I'm going to. So that was the other translation, which had some footnotes and stuff, which I thought might be interesting. But unfortunately, it's not a complete translation. So we are going back to the one from JSTO. And first, I'm going to tell this thing to read this short blurb, which says something about Ango Sakaguchi, who was born in 1906 and died in 1955. Okay.
The essay Discourse on Decadence, Darakuron, was first published in Shincho, a monthly magazine, in April 1946. It had a profound influence on its readers who were in a state of complete emotional and physical exhaustion during the turbulent period immediately after the World War II. Sakaguchi is the author of numerous novels and essays including Tale of a Blizzard, Fubuki Monogatari, The Idiot, Hakuchi, The Cloak and the Blue Sky, Gato to Aozora, Ango Street Talk, Ango Koden, selected works of Sakaguchi, Ango, Sakaguchi Ango Zenshu,
I
12,
think that's enough. We get it.
12-volume
He has
collection
published
published.
some stuff. Okay, we get it.
Yeah, I can see he published quite a lot of things.
Okay. Um.
I think the first part more or less says the same. It just changes a few sentences. For example, a term used here compared to the other says deception and trickery. Here says Machiavellianism, which is interesting because it's a more Western take on that on those two terms, the scheming and plotting for your at the end for your own interest.
Yeah.
Like it says, it's better to survive today as
Essentially,
a
yeah.
black marketeer than die than after risking your life in war to die for nothing. Says.
Okay. Basically, I think we can just we could listen to it again, but not unless there's something different that you
No,
feel like.
the rest more or less is the same. It was just interesting that they translation they were a bit more in depth when it came to what they actually meant instead of using Machiavellianism, which for again I think it's too Western of a term to really mean much in this context.
Yeah. Okay, let's play the thing and speed it up a bit. Why is it not working now?
Maybe let's try to jump ahead more.
Okay, let's jump ahead then.
Yeah,
During the war, it is generally claimed the feelings of women. Where were we? An urge to serve yesterday's enemy.
Yeah, there it is.
The weakness. There it is. There it is.
Mhm.
Hideo Kobayashi from here. Let's read it from here.
All right.
Hideo Kobayashi has characterized the polity Kian as a type which has no originality.
It wasn't highlighting the right thing.
That's weird.
Hideo Kobayashi has characterized the polity Kian as a type which has no originality, which merely administers and controls, but it seems that this is not necessarily the case. Although the majority of politicians are indeed of this type, a small number of geniuses are creative in their methods of administering and controlling, and this then becomes a model for mediocre politicians, revealing itself as a vast living will in the shape of history which penetrates each new period and each new government. In the realm
I like this piece here when it says there are brilliant people in all generations that then get parroted by less smart, if not honestly mediocre or stupid people, and thus the meaning of their genius gets sort of lost to a degree.
Yep.
Realm of politics, history is not something which links together individuals, but is born as a separate, gigantic being that absorbs all individuals, and in its historical aspect politics likewise perpetrates a vast act of creativity.
Don't you think here, for example, there is a parallel a little bit to Hobbes' the Leviathan? This idea of politics and government be not just something that involves the politicians, but all the people in a sort of silent contract.
So I guess now it's not just the state, but like basically history itself.
I like this idea that history as a separate yet contingent entity that involves itself, maybe in an indifferent way, a little bit like the pantheon of Lovecraft, something that brushes onto humanity, causing effects, doing damage or involving people one way or another. I think there are some interesting parallels between these 2 points of view. He sees it more of how people think and behave in the political sphere, but I think I can see some relationships between how Lovecraft made it a bit more of a secular religious view. It's more just of a understanding of history as an entity that moves together with the people.
I think he's kind of trying to remove blame to a certain extent, maybe.
Yeah, I think so. Like we were led again, something that's very close to the fatalism of ancient Greece. This we were, in a sense, doomed, fated to behave in such a way because this is nature, and our nature is not entirely in our control because has to do on one side with those instincts that go the opposite way of all the moral codes that we put down, and at the same time there is something above and beyond us that guides us in a sense.
Okay.
Who brought on this war? Was it Tojo? Was it the militarists? It was them, of course, but without doubt it was also the inner luck table will of history, that colossal being that penetrates Japan. In the face of history, the Japanese
Why did it stop working?
Because
were
I
no
think it
more than
jumps
children
back up.
obedient to fate. Even granted that politicians have no creative
Okay, I lost it. Hideo Kobayashi here, who brought on the war. In the face of history, the Japanese were no more than children obedient to fate.
Yeah, what we were saying right now.
Yeah. Why is it not working again?
Besides, stop. We should ask Argent which programs
of women and
is
children,
using.
but this is a super
Yeah. What should he ask Argent?
Which programs he uses. I remember one time he was reading a book by Movie Bob with a text-to-speech program. It was quite good. This one is okay.
Yeah, so send me a link.
I'll have
to
to
the
ask him. Probably.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
can ask the link later on. It was kind of a fun video of him dissing on the guy.
Yeah, and yeah, it would be nice if you had some nice text to speech, better than me reading it, I think. Let's continue. I think it'll start working, but it's a bit slow, but it will work hopefully.
It's fine.
Come on, work. Okay, I'll read it then. So the Japanese were no more than children obedient to fate. Even granted that politicians have no creative originality, yet politics in its historical aspect does have creativity, has indeed a will, a stride for which there is no halting, which marches on. Okay, what's going on now?
invention of that thoroughly uncouth code,
Oh,
the
no.
samurai ethic, was in fact as a barrier against human weakness.
It's going
The
back
idea
to
is
the
that the
other page.
were no more than children
Okay,
obedient
Oh, perfect.
to fate. Even granted that politicians have no creative originality, yet politics in its historical aspect does have creativity, has indeed a will, a stride for which there is no halting, which marches onward as dew waves upon the great ocean. How many people contrived the samurai ethic? Surely this is another case of the creativity of history, of its sense of smell.
So basically, nobody created the. I mean, you
To a degree, I understand and even agree.
Mhm.
It's just pretty much saying the time and places and the general culture shape. It's trying to say, I think, what it's trying to say is, in a sense, the people and the place and the culture is like hot steel, and history is like the tongs and hammer giving it shape to a level. So, and then people pick up what history is imprinting to a degree. I think there is a little bit of truth. Our situation, our the times we were born in, the place we were born in, shape us to a degree. And of course, it's not to say then we are not to be blamed for this or that. But for sure, sometimes there are certain ideas that are so ingrained in the history of that place that they shape the culture. In a sense, you can sense them as a sort of autonomous entity moving outside of time and space, outside of the people itself, and giving it a sort of shape of its own.
Mm.
No, no. Do you agree? Do you think maybe
Mm,
in a different
I
way?
mean, uh, I guess from an individual perspective, especially like from a normal person's perspective, like obviously we can't change history or whatever, but I think it's kind of like in the right circumstances, there are times when like you can point to certain people or certain groups of people who basically change history according to their will.
But I
Um,
think he's also trying to say that those people are like channeling. They are becoming more like the instruments
they're the
for
medium, I guess.
history,
Mm,
yeah,
I
for
see.
history in that precise moment, and that maybe sometimes history itself pits two different ideas one against the other.
As
Reminds me there was that meme that lasted very little of that. Um, it was a Shiba pushing two small figurines of two Shiba dogs one against the other, and was we could put like history on the Shiba and like two ideologies on the names of the two figurines being pushed one against the other because it's the push of the same history, only experimenting with different ideas and testing them one against the other.
like a some kind of like some kind of unfeeling playwright or something.
Yes, yes, like the gods of Greece that would manipulate the lives and events of individuals and even cities and states more like for their own pleasure, for their own like let's see how it goes, let's see who wins, if we favor a bit more this guy or a bit more the city, a bit more this state or this army attempted to invade them.
Yeah. So even when certain political movements think that well, they and people think that they're doing what they want, really, it's not like they came up with it on their own, I
Yeah,
guess.
in a sense I think he's trying to infer this, that they are being guided, and in his case he's talking about history as this entity.
I see. Let's play.
History is forever smelling out humans. And while the samurai ethic is both inhumane and anti-human insofar as it is a set of stipulations against human nature, an instinct, yet in that it is also a result of insight into that very nature and instinct, it is something entirely human.
So I guess he's saying that the codes, like the samurai ethic and whatever, are entirely human.
Yeah, which makes sense. You can see the samurai understanding the flaws within humans and coming up with a code to try and curb and control those excesses. Of course.
I guess Ango is sort of a secularist here because I think he's kind of
No,
saying that all kind of implying that like all such codes are entirely human because they're
yeah,
based
no,
on.
no, of course. He's saying it in these terms. For him, doesn't seem like there is any transcendental force or any divine intervention of any kind into human existence. Just this cold entity outside, at the same time in the same plane, in the exact same plane as humanity. He identifies it as history that shapes the thoughts and sometimes creates this kind of uh, dissonant notes. On one side, the samurai creating a code that goes against nature, but why? Because they can understand how human nature often has this
So basically, like the militarist banning fiction about widows because they understand that
Yes,
it's going to
exactly.
lead to women not being not behaving properly or something.
So even if they, in a sort of way, sad to say, but it's unavoidable that women will try to go the other way because it's part of their nature. And again, this is where I
So
take umbrage with it, because sure, it's part of us, but it's not our true nature. It's part of our fallen state.
yeah, it seems to me that he's saying that basically both the fallen part and um, going to want to go against it with codes like this, creating artificial codes that go against it is also natural. That they're both natural,
Yeah,
essentially.
it's a bit strange as a point of view, but I can understand where it's coming from at the same time.
Human. In the Emperor system, too, I see an exceedingly Japanese, and thus perhaps original, political work of art. The Emperor system is not something brought into being by the Emperor. Of course, emperors have from time to time plotted of their own accord, but generally they do not act, and their plots never showed any signs of succeeding. They usually resulted in exile, or in fleeing to the mountains, and the emperor would eventually regain recognition for reasons which were inevitably political. Even when forgotten socially, the emperor acts out his political role. The political reasons for the emperor's existence can be found in the politician's sense of smell. They observed the native disposition of the Japanese people, and discovered therein the emperor system.
I
It
see
is
what
not
he's
something
trying to
inherently
say
limited.
here. It's I think it's an interesting point. Pretty much reminds me a little bit of I think it was what Dawkins tried to stipulate in the selfish gene when when he was talking about how sheep, in a sense, decided to become subservient to man. They decided to be they accepted being domesticated because they knew that they could take advantage of this situation. Like pretty much, they knew that they were weak, that wolves would prey on them. Instead, with the protection of man in exchange for their wool and their milk, they could be protected. And he's trying to make something. I think it in this part is saying something similar. Correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I'm understanding, is pretty much we put up the emperor, we are subservient to him, but at the same time we have an influence on him because um, it's the story of there is no master without a servant, there is no servant without a master. If there isn't someone in power, there is no one to be ruled over. If there is no one to be ruled over, there cannot be anyone in a position of power. And that thing, in a sense, as long as the person in power doesn't abuse his power and the subservient persons don't feel threatened, there is a sort of natural balance. And that one I sort of agree with, if this is what he's trying to say. And I think more or less that's what he's trying to describe when he talks about uh, um, the existence of the emperor system in Japan.
I mean, I guess he's trying to say that these things are kind of organic, naturally
Yes,
occurring.
and I agree. Hierarchies, structures of power always arise in human nature, and also in the natural order. You got, for example, a ant colony. Ants, if the queen dies, pretty much the whole colony shuts down. It's like if the brain were dead in a human body. So I think this one is part of our nature. It's not just something that happens in nature. It's part of the natural law that governs humans to a degree. And of course, we can rebel against it, but very often the results are quite bad.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. I mean, I guess is it like saying, like, let's see what he's saying. Let's see.
Hmm.
Limited to the imperial family. If the situation had allowed for replacement, it could equally have been the family of Confucius, the Gautama family, or the Lenin family. It was just that replacement was not possible. At the least, the politicians, the nobility.
Yeah, so basically what we said, like, so is he kind of saying, like that. I mean, he's just saying that there's always going to be a ruling class or whatever. So that's
Yeah,
really, yeah.
and of course they will try to go for the best one for Japan. It's a little bit like Leibniz when he talks about our world is the best world possible. Something similar, like any other solution wouldn't work because this is already the best solution for the Japanese people. The
Mm.
emperor is the best solution for us.
I guess the question is why in this article would he go on about that? I wonder whether I can't remember whether he explained it, or like how it connects to the rest, to the decadence essentially. I guess.
I
I
think it's because he's saying that the instinct behind this is the same as the instinct of the military politicians trying to prevent something else from taking power. At the same time, is both extremes are sort of cannot be avoided. The emperor on one side, the Bushido code on the same side as the emperor, and on the other side, the true nature, the desire to go against that system and to just indulge into the decadence of it all.
So yeah, so I guess it's kind of saying that you can't really go against any of it. It's just history as a thing which is creating
Yes,
these things.
exactly.
Mm.
Nobility and samurai smelled out the need for an absolute monarch as a means to ensure their own everlasting prosperity, which in fact wasn't everlasting, although they would have dreamt of it being so.
Let me scroll a bit because for some
Mhm.
reason when I'm scrolling, the audio stops playing.
So, in the Heian period, the Fujiwara family, while willingly choosing to support the emperor, never questioned the fact that they were beneath him in rank, nor considered him a hindrance to them. They used the emperor's existence to deal with family quarrels, younger brother getting one up on elder brother, and older brother scoring off father. They were
Again,
instinctively
he's saying pretty much that the emperor, as a system, worked in favor of many of those below him because they were able to, with this system in place, they could use it to their own advantage. Which it's true. It's a little bit like when some people use Christianity to advance their own personal interest rather than truly believing. They just like that there is such a system in place because then they can use it to their own advantage.
Yeah,
And
I think basically it's saying that such a system exists because it can be taken to.
yeah, it's a tool. It can be used to your own advantage. And this is true of any system, not just of political, be them political or apolitical, be them religious or religious, anything, unless you understand, like, unless you can put some limits on yourself, you can control the difference between your instincts and what the true nature of your human being is, then you're always going to end up to trying to take advantage of whatever institute, whatever system is in place for just your own temporary and material gains.
Yeah, I
It's,
think it's basically saying that it's inevitable that it will be taken like that.
yeah, and this I agree. It's one form of decadence.
Okay.
instinctively materialistic, content if their lives were happy ones, yet satisfied also to be enamored of that strange system whereby they performed increasingly magnificent ceremonies in honor of the emperor. Worshipping the emperor in fact was a means of displaying their own dignity, and also of being made aware of that dignity themselves.
So
Okay, this is another very good point. Um, it's something that it's very true of many rituals that very often reminds me again in the Bible when the Pharisee, there is the parable about the Pharisee and the tax collector of the Pharisee gets up in the middle of the temple and praises the Lord and then starts to accuse others pretty much. It's the same thing. Sometimes these rituals can be used to elevate yourself under the pretense of doing something good, or something that it's for the good of the community. Instead, you use them to pretty much praise yourself.
Yeah, it's, I guess it's something like, so I'm going to put this thing up as the greatest thing ever, and I'm
Mhm.
going to worship it. And because I'm worshipping it, that means that some of its greatness is going to be
Shines,
projected onto me.
shines onto you as well. It's better to live of reflected light than
No light at all.
living in the shadows of that light.
Hmm.
So yeah, that's a very good point. I really like when he talks about this, how there was where these displays were mostly for the sake of the persons making the display rather than the object or the person of worship.
Yeah, so basically they were worshipping someone else to worship themselves.
Yeah.
Um, and I guess he's saying this is also inevitable. Uh,
Which is true. Uh, Many times, certain people took political, social, or religious roles just to bask in this sort of indirect praise of their own actions.
hmm.
And
I think the reason why he's I guess doing this kind of um demeaning the emperor system in a way that I guess he wouldn't be allowed if the militaries were in charge. They wouldn't allow to publish this, obviously.
you
Uh, I guess again, it's like to cope with, well, yeah, the emperor system was good, but it wasn't like perfect, or like it wasn't the best. Like now that it's kind of gone. Like, but things were the same back then as well, in a sense. People were still,
Mhm.
even now in our decadent state, we are still the same as we were back
Yeah,
during. Yeah,
we just changed the objects of worship and some of the of the structures of power
yeah.
of the hierarchies changed,
So,
but the
yeah,
people are the same.
yeah. So basically,
That's what.
don't fall into this despair
Mhm.
because because right now things look so grim. It's not like they were perfect in the past.
Yeah.
I see.
Themselves. 2 Review of Japanese Culture and Society.
Come on.
This content downloaded from
Oh,
5.68.
come on. Mm. Uh, yeah.
This seems truly ludicrous to us. We were dumbfounded at the foolishness of having to bow our heads every time the train turned under Yasukuni Shrine, but a certain type of person has to do that in order to be aware of himself, and we also, though we laugh at the foolishness of the Yasukuni Shrine affair.
By the way, the Yasukuni Shrine is where like all the class A war criminals, quote unquote war criminals or whatever, are buried. And if you remember the news a few years ago, well, quite a while ago now, the previous Japanese prime minister went to Yasukuni Shrine to pay respects to the fallen, dead, whatever, who are buried there. But there are also class A criminals buried there, so that pissed off a lot of Chinese and
Can you
Koreans.
imagine?
Yeah. So well, apparently they had to bow their heads every time the train went to in front of Yasukuni Shrine. Apparently. Uh,
I like how it tries to describe this. Let's go on, and then I comment a little bit.
Affair are ourselves perpetrating.
so basically saying that even the people who like will laugh at this are also so, doing the same thing towards something else
Yeah,
without
no,
realizing.
exactly. That's the interesting part, I think.
Perpetrating the same type of foolishness in other matters. It is only that we don't recognize our own foolishness. Miyamoto
That's a
Musashi
very
tells
good
how,
point that I
while
really like. Like he's saying, sometimes we need to partake in these social rituals. It's an anthropological concept of these kind of things that are accepted by a whole community because it's been accepted by the whole community for a certain time, and even if you disagree, you do it because everyone else is doing it.
I think it's also saying that basically like it's not like a choice between having faith and not having faith. It's just like towards what, in what
Mhm.
is it that you have faith? Like um, there will
But I
always be
like how
something.
he's oh, sorry.
Now go on,
I
sorry.
like how he's saying that to recognize this foolishness, it's in a sense is to admit to the validity of the ritual, because you need to first do the ritual to be and realize you are doing it, to be aware of it. Instead, when you're doing something that you don't recognize the foolishness of, you do it automatically and don't pay attention to it. I
Hmm.
don't know. I find it kind of interesting. Something that I can sort of agree. This idea of, if you want to do something, do it, but be it of your own volition, not because everyone else is doing it, which is something similar to some of the points that Max Stirner, um, one of the philosophers that led to Ayn Rand's objectivism, would claim in his book. Like, if you want to do something, start because you want to do it, not because everyone else around you does it. And I think it's also true of religion. The religious experience starts as something you don't fully understand. Then you start to understand it, and once you understand it, you can truly choose: do I want to follow this, or I really don't care? And then it's when it truly becomes a real living experience.
I think what he's saying here is basically going back to the same point that the people are the same. So like the people who are laughing at this also worship something of their own,
Mm,
probably, which
yes,
may, yeah,
they
which
would do something similar, only at a different shrine or for a different reason. And to someone who was removed from those rituals would look equally as stupid, equally as
yeah,
foolish.
exactly. So I guess like he's saying that if you look at it from distance, all the people are the same.
Yeah.
Even though it seems like
Mm.
stuff is changing.
I don't fully agree, but I understand where it's coming from. Different times have different rituals that may look ridiculous to the people of those different times and places.
Hmm.
Hurrying toward Ichijojikudoro Matsuno Hatashiba, he caught himself beginning to bow in prayer as he was passing a shrine to Hashiman. His teaching that one must rely upon neither gods nor Buddha both springs from this inclination in himself and is an expression of deep remorse directed against it, and it all goes to show that we all involuntarily worship some very stupid things, and are simply not conscious of doing so. A Confucian teacher
Yeah, so basically, this guy called Miyamoto Musashi says that he basically caught himself bowing towards the shrine, despite the fact that his teachings are that you should
Yeah,
rely.
he says at the same time that's where his teachings arise from. His own realization of the futility and stupidity of his actions made him understand how all of this needed to be put on paper with this warning not to rely on neither God nor Buddha. If he didn't cut himself in that moment, bowing his head, he would have never realized, either in the past or in the present, about this contradiction in a sense.
Yeah, and I guess Ango is saying that in a sense, like let the contradictions be like that. It's always going to be there anyway. Yeah, in a
Yeah, and make sure to understand why it's there in a sense, and understand on which side of the contradiction you want to be.
teacher before he begins his lesson will first raise his books reverently to his head, and in that act he must be tasting his own dignity and his own very existence.
What was that sentence? A Confucian teacher, before he begins his lesson, will first raise his books reverently to his head, and in that act he must be tasting his own dignity and his own very existence. So I guess he's saying like, look,
Yeah,
I'm putting this book like over my head to say like
Mhm.
to I guess kind of worship the book, but really
Yeah.
again, look at what a great guy, like intelligent guy I am. That I would put books
Mhm.
so higher than me, essentially.
There is a little bit of truth again there. I understand. For example, in the Latin rite, in the Tridentine rite of Mass, when the priest holds the book with all the readings and brings it to the altar, he lifts it over his head. And I understand when he's saying that there is a little bit of a reflection of your own dignity. And I also think depends how you, in a sense, hold onto the dignity that matters. If it turns into pride, then it's dangerous. If it's like, I'm a servant to God and He's allowing me to do this, I think that's a good understanding of that dignity. Um, so I agree with his take when it's done out of pride, because I also think there can be reverence in that dignity. You don't want to, when you go for an interview for a job, or when you need to go for an important event or something like this, you want to dress in a certain way, not only to honor yourself, but you honor the person your host, who's receiving you as a guest, isn't it?
Yeah,
There is
so basically, like the Confucian teacher here probably actually does respect the books.
there is a
Uh,
little bit of yeah, it's a little bit of both. You respect the book, but you need to respect yourself in a sense when you present yourself and take that book.
I,
Otherwise, you're disrespecting the book, isn't it?
yeah, I guess eh, because like compare that to the way that like in that picture, like he has books and papers everywhere.
Yeah.
Uh, so
The thing is, probably those are, in a sense, his own papers, so he can do whatever he wants. Sense, and those books he bought them, and again, at that point, they are in his hands, and he can do whatever he wants.
yeah, but you could
But
argue you could argue that the Confucian teacher could also like it's his book, he can do whatever he wants with it, or the priest, it's his
but this
book.
is the thing: the book in that moment is in his hands, but it's not really his book. At one point, that book has a value that is above even the master. That's why it's trying to put a reverential act, because he wants to not only make others understand how important that book is, but that book is not just
Yeah, I think.
his
Yeah,
thoughts. There is something above himself.
yeah, I
That's why
think.
he lives.
Yeah, but I guess what he's saying, what Sakaguchi is saying, that but inevitably by showing the importance of the book, he's also showing his own importance, essentially.
Exactly, that I agree. Again, my only issue is when you're talking about this importance, how do you, this reverence, is how you take it that matters. Do you take it humbly, like I've been given this great opportunity and that's why I'm honoring the book, that's why I'm honoring these words that came into my hands, or you're doing, for like he's saying, just to honor yourself by reflection again? This
I'm
is
not.
the
I'm not saying that. I mean, I'm not sure they're saying that it's just for that, but that also happens essentially.
no,
Because
no, of course.
again, the point here is that like decadence is inevitable.
Yes. So exactly, I agree. I just trying to say, I think by omitting the other half is being a little bit reductive, even if it makes sense since he's talking about the decadence that seems to seep into everything. So even
Into
something that is a
reverence. Yeah.
sacred, yeah, a sacred act of reverence can be soiled by this decadence. That seems one of the core issues seems like the decadence starts from this uh, egoic desire to point something at yourself.
Yeah,
Is something,
and I guess what he's saying is that the egoic desire is like the quote unquote real thing, which is going to show its ugly face sooner or later. Uh,
uh, which is where I disagree, but I can see where it's coming from.
Existence. And we do the same kind of thing with regard to other areas of life.
Scroll down a bit.
Hmm?
Uh,
They are yet beautiful is a trifling human feeling,
what's
and
going
in the
on?
case of They are yet beautiful.
Decided to
This
jump
content
from the.
downloaded from 5.68.1
This
to review of Japanese culture and society. This content download. They are yet beautiful is a
decided to jump the other page for some.
They are yet beautiful is a trifling human feeling.
Yeah, it likes to jump. So I think it was here, right? Yeah.
Yeah, for a nation like the Japanese.
Uh,
And here you use the term
For a
Machiavellianism.
nation like the Japanese, which makes Machiavellism its business, the emperor is necessary for both the manipulative aspect and for the noble duty aspect of politics.
Okay, I like this part because again brings to mind a passage from a couple of books, actually, not just one but two, by Endo Shushaku. Silence and the, let's say, sister book that's called The Samurai. While Silence is set in Japan at the height of the persecution of Christians, The Samurai starts just at the peak of the Christian endeavor in Japan. It's the story of a Franciscan superior, if I remember right, taking a group of retainers from noble families, not very important ones, but noble families loyal to the emperor, pretty much saying this guy, and this is based on a real story, like Silence as well. It takes them on a trip across the ocean from Japan to Mexico, and from Mexico to Europe. And one of the core issues, like some and the points of view are the superior of the Franciscan order and one of these nobles, and both of them explain how very often the Japanese mentality is that of an utilitarian mentality. Many of the merchants that are joining this trip to Europe convert to Christianity during the trip, but then they do it only to have better chances of making good trades with the West, with Europe. As soon as news reached them that there was a change of power in Japan and the new shogun wants to eradicate Christianity in Japan, almost all all of the merchants reject their faith, they abjure the faith, and they revert to their old ways. At the end, the main character, not the Franciscan, the samurai, really finds Christ and truly converts, but just at the end of the story. And the Franciscan tries to go back to Japan secretly to preach, gets captured and killed. So again, I think this point is very similar, talking about how they try to, in a sense, hide their business-like manners of trying to achieve as much as possible behind the veneer, behind this image of, oh, we are very loyal, we are very devoted to this and that, we truly believe in this and that, and as soon as the winds change, many people will drop the mask and grab the next mask to put on.
Yeah, I guess that's also true. I mean, as for that story, I mean, there were a bunch of merchants. What we would expect, what was the Franciscan expecting? And but then again, you could also say, well, I mean,
Don't worry,
were
I'm not
those?
saying it's only Japan, of
Yeah,
course.
yeah, of course. But I don't think so. Basically, like,
It's just,
yeah,
maybe we Europeans will be a bit more hesitant after we sworn loyalty to someone. Usually, even if things really get bad, we will try to either explain our change. We won't just do that. Oh, okay, let's go back to that. Let's
I'm.
change this player. We will
We,
try to rationalize it.
yeah,
Let's put it this way.
yeah, with the Christian thing again, you could argue that, well, it was a foreign thing, and also again there's the kamikaze, and they obviously didn't have a lack of loyalty, I would
Oh
say.
no, absolutely.
Um,
Again, it's more like both like in the West when it came to the martyrs, Christian martyrs, or if we're talking about Japan with the kamikaze, was more like of the call of a selected group.
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
everyone was able to do so. Many Christians abjured their faith even during the Roman persecutions. Then maybe later felt truly sorry for their betrayal and went back to their Christian faith. I mean, even in the Bible, Saint Peter is for three times he said, "I never knew that guy."
I think what Ango is trying to say here is that they both work. Basically, both that the Machiavellianism and so the manipulative aspect and the noble duty aspect of politics. So the emperor worked for both.
Yes,
So that's
yes.
why it was adopted.
It
It's not.
was it was convenient because it was working on both sides of this issue. It was a good compromise. It was a perfect compromise in a sense.
Individual politicians may not have always recognized this necessity. In the context of the historical sense of smell, it is not so much that they were aware of any necessity for the emperor, but rather that they did not doubt the reality of the current situation. Hideyoshi, when the emperor visited his mansion Jiraku, wept at the magnificent ceremony, but in fact he was both sensing his own dignity in the occasion, and seeing before him a universal God. This was so
Here I have to wonder though, when he's saying this about Hideyoshi, is something that he can quote from a source? Like, did the guy write about also feeling this? Like, oh, the ceremony was so magnificent, but I realized that to a degree my tears came about because I felt a reflection of my own glory in it.
I think it doesn't really matter because it's not just about Hideyoshi. It's about people like quote unquote
Mm,
Hideyoshi.
that one
Uh,
I can understand. It's just so weird that it puts it on like as a fact. I wonder if it's a fact. I can understand that one can deduce that one of the reasons is also that. But
I guess it's trying to make this character, this guy, to be like larger than life kind of figure. Like it's not just about him. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter whether he in particular felt this. It's whether it's
it's a
plausible
common
that
trait of humanity in a sense for him. He
yeah,
said, I know because it will be like this for every one of us. Projecting maybe a little
yeah.
bit.
That's. Uh, I mean, we all project, and
Yeah,
we,
you know, of
yeah,
course. Important is being kind of aware
yeah.
or
So,
aware enough.
hmm. um, so what was he saying? Yeah, he was sensing his own dignity and
And I
see
like this idea of the universal God.
in the emperor, I guess.
Yeah, in the image itself of the emperor, not even the emperor, just the idea of the emperor itself.
Let's play.
for Hideyoshi but not necessarily for other politicians of course, but even granted that Machiavellism is a device of the devil, it is not necessarily strange that the devil should also worship a god like a little child. Any contradiction is possible.
This one again, I don't know if it's the translation. I find it a bit weird as a sentence, even if I kind of understand like the devil would pretend to be like someone worship God just to take advantage of the situation, which is true. Um, would be possible
No,
for certain.
so basically, this guy Hideyoshi, he's like he's kind of supposed to be like a Machiavellian.
Yeah,
Um, uh,
strategian,
yeah,
someone moving the
yeah, but
pawns.
exactly, but that like it doesn't matter what the gods or like we should be able to win with or without the gods or Buddha,
Yeah,
and but at the same time he's moved to tears by seeing the emperor. Um, so basically, he's kind of worshipping the emperor as well. That sort of that's that. So basically, again, the idea that any contradiction is possible is that
again, linked to that,
the noble duty and the manipulative aspect of
mm,
politics can both
which
are
is
both
again
present.
those two opposites is always talking about on one side. what is called the nature, and then the anti-natural counteracts brought by like the Bushido or other moral codes.
Yeah, that they both exist,
Hmm.
essentially.
Again, something very almost Gnostic to a degree. It's like there is good and there is evil, and they are equally as strong, they are equally as present, which is something that probably wouldn't work doesn't work in a Christian framework in that way, at least.
Possible. In short, the emperor system is the same type of thing as the samurai ethic. The prohibition stating that, since a woman's heart is fickle, the virtuous wife must not serve two husbands is in itself anti-human and inhumane, but in the truth of its insight it is human, and in the same way, the emperor system in itself is neither true nor natural, but in terms of the historical discovery and insight to be found there, it contains a deep meaning not lightly to be denied, and cannot simply be explained by reference to eternal truths or natural laws.
And here I disagree.
You
I
think that
strongly-
the emperor system can be explained with reference to eternal truths and natural laws alone?
For me, yes. It's the trickling down of power. God is the supreme form of power. From there, He can shine special virtues and honors onto certain people, and those people have both honor and onus. They both have a special regard and a special duty. This is, and then these kings, as flawed as they are, they need to, in a sense, embody these higher virtues, and then even in a sense lead by example. They should be morigerated, they should be virtuous, they should be attentive to the need of those around them. Of course, the ideal is very often far removed from what we saw throughout history, but
Hmm.
we can count. Uh, it's more memorable. Let's put it this way: it's more memorable a good king than a good politician because it represents something higher. The example of a bad king will live on in a more meaningful way than the example of a bad politician, because the politician in the long run it's kind of worthless.
Unless it's a certain Austrian painter.
Yeah, but even in this case, he tried to assume a higher position. It wasn't just a simple politician, isn't it?
Yeah,
He
yeah.
tried to, this is the thing. Either you, the more you try to lift, the more is gonna be weighted on your shoulders in the future as well. So a king has to lift an entire country, an entire people on his own shoulders. And thus, if he triumphs, if he is a good king, his example will be that of a giant. If he fails, it will be that of a monstrous entity that was squashed by his own ambitions. And instead, a politician, yeah, 5 years in power, and then he can retire in the countryside with enough money to pay for private security, and he doesn't need to care for anything or anyone else. I don't
Hmm.
know. Maybe it's again, it's my ideal, and but I think it's an ideal based on a natural law and a natural call that comes from God. This idea that there needs to be, in a sense, a supreme power, and that supreme power is imbued with honor and a form of duty. In the case of God, uh, He doesn't need us to praise Him because it's already perfect. And in the case of His duty, He already did quite a lot because He gave us life and He gave His own life to redeem our own. So I would say in both cases, it suffices. For when you talk about the emperor in Japan, of course, not being a Christian country, maybe their understanding was different, but I do believe they sensed something similar. Something we cannot deny is that human beings, no matter what, we've got a sensible. There is something of a desire for a deeper understanding. And when we put something in place, usually we think about it, we reason about it, even if it's something utilitarian. Very often, then it's enveloped by by a mist of a mystique, by a sense of something transcendental, even in the material, just at the material level.
Yeah, I think this is basically I think what he's sort of going for, like basically like the ordinary, natural ugliness instills a desire for something different.
Yeah,
Um,
or for something deeper, even ugliness in itself as something alluring. Sometimes um, it's when there is an accident and you cannot look away. You know that it's terrible, and at the same time you keep looking.
yeah,
Um,
but I think also what he's saying is that basically like this beauty, this something is basically inhuman and unreal, um, but the desire for it is there. So that is why the emperor system
yeah, I
came
don't
into
fully
place.
agree. I can understand where it's coming from, but I think the if there is an ideal, it, usually there is something achievable, and even the ideal comes from something that's why I believe God is is perfection. The ideal it's reaching perfection. We would never be able to be perfect, but we can strive to be as close to perfection as possible.
Yeah. So basically, what he's saying is that the existence of imperfection leads to the desire for perfection.
Yeah, that's why I don't fully agree, but I can see his reasoning in a sense.
Okay.
Laws alone. The desire to end wholly beautiful things while
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's hope it'll start playing.
this content downloaded from
Uh,
5.68. This seems truly they are yet beautiful is a trifling human feeling, and in the case of my niece, it may well be that I should have wished her not to commit suicide but to survive, and instead descend into damnation and wander in the dark wilderness. In truth, the path of literature.
yeah.
No, I think again these are the two opposites. On one side, we strive for purity and perfection, but at the same time, there is this morbid interest in the exact opposite direction. What about complete decadence? What about complete um, self-destruction? I think it's one of the reasons why so many people, in a sense, admire purity because it can be something that you want to prey upon and defile, and that's one of the great joys, in a sense, one of the great perverse pleasures of life. It's to either destroy something that someone else put a lot of effort in creating or preserving, or defiling something that has no understanding yet of true perversity. And I think this is one of the things that came out of an interview I remember watching of a former Hollywood actor who, well, let's not go to details, but let's say he received some proposals when he was relatively young from some relatively older producers and stuff like this. And then after accepting to a degree, he saw people accepting and then being left on the on the street side not long after. Why? Because they've been defiled, and once something is defiled or someone is defiled, well, there is not the same pleasure in damaging something that's already been damaged that way. So I understand this kind of uncomfortable desire he has in wishing that his niece, instead of dying, went on living, and in a sense regretted not committing suicide. I know it's very dark to say something like this. He almost wanted for his niece to regret not dying as young and pure as she was, and instead become something abominable, something despicable.
Or at least not wait not worth of adoration, let's say.
Yes, not anymore.
Literature to which I have assigned myself is just such an exile in the wilderness, but even so it is no easy matter to eradicate that petty desire to end beautiful things while they are yet beautiful. Beauty left uncompleted is not beauty. It may be that it can be called beauty only when the wretchedness of that inevitable sojourn in damnation can itself be called beauty, but does that mean that one must always intentionally take into account the old bag of 60 in looking at the 20-year-old girl? I don't know about that. I prefer the beautiful girl of 20.
Okay.
Yeah, this is. I like the cynical kind of humorous tone used here, and this idea that sometimes, yes, you need to throw yourself in the worst of conditions to realize what true beauty is, which I think it's a little bit why what the um, let's say the desert fathers and some of those ascetic monks in Buddhism try to achieve through all the suffering, all the torments that their bodies go through. They can reach a new level in a sense. They're like it's like the metal being the chunk of metal being forged and shaped anew into a beautiful blade. It's not them anymore, it's something else dwelling in them. It's this sense of something above. And I think in his understanding of literature, there is a little bit of this. It's a form of exile to look back at the world from a faraway place and see certain things that cannot be picked when you are inside that world and rearrange them for your own stories.
So speaking of the emperor, given that he was talking about the emperor earlier, I mean, the argument could be made that maybe it would have been more beautiful, quote unquote, if he had been executed rather
Could be.
than slowly becoming irrelevant.
I
Uh,
think he says the same pretty much later on about the old generals being brought in. Yeah, just below it is like this part when he talks about seeing these people that would have been better if they died, and yet at the same time he understands why they are so attached to life.
yeah, I was thinking about one of the reasons why this came to mind about the emperor being executed by the Americans maybe in the past is that basically here in England, yeah, I believe, or rather Britain, anyway. Well, recently the Queen, well, I think she has become the longest serving monarch.
Yes, it when 2 days ago was the 70 years of her reign.
And well, some could argue that maybe the monarchy in Britain has been dragged in the ground so much that it would have been better if it had been abolished earlier on. Um,
Yeah, at the same time, some people feel that when this queen will die, it will be the real end. She's like the last of a kind. It's like the last unicorn.
mm,
After she's gone, it's not gonna be anything anymore.
I guess it's more like of the idea of like, for example, with the emperor being executed, it would be, I guess, more memorable than
Yeah, exactly. It will be a clear cut, like a watershed moment. And it's the same with the Queen in England here right now. Everyone knows that pretty much she's just an icon. There is nothing real anymore behind. Much. She's loved. You can feel that still today a lot of people care and understand who she is, but at the same time it's just a figment. It's just a small thing left of something grander, and it's the last flickering light pretty much. And that's why at the same time it's so interesting. It's almost scary to look at this candle that it's about to go off. Is this light the last light in a world of darkness, and looking at the wax being completely on the point of disappearing, and when the wick is gone, we won't even be able to see the last strand of smoke going up and disappearing into this cold night, and the monarchy will be gone probably forever.
Yeah. So here he's also saying beauty left uncompleted is not beauty. So here I guess, and then he talks about the 60-year-old woman as to say, as if to say that the 60-year-old woman is like the completion of that.
It's the
Re-
decadence.
yeah. But at the same time, he can't bring himself to consider the 60-year-old.
I'm sorry, we need to kill you.
Or rather, like he's not think. But what I think he means is that when he looks at the 20-year-old girl and thinks that she's beautiful, he's not thinking about her when she's 60 years old.
It's trying not to think. Seems like it's making an effort to say, no, please. I cannot imagine you in your 60s. But again, this is the problem with mere aesthetics, with just the beauty in itself. That's not the beauty that, in Dostoevsky's words, would save the world. That's a different type of beauty, I think.
And I think basically, like, I don't think so. Basically, Ango basically doesn't believe in like a quote and like a final salvation, so to speak.
Yes, it's like either at the peak, it's like either you flare up one moment when you are at the peak of your life and vanish in the flames of glory, or after that you are sort of wasted potential in a sense. You're a dud. You're like a bomb you're supposed to blow off, and instead uh, nothing goes off. You just slowly decay.
Yeah, that is, I guess, there is no salvation for the mediocre.
Mm-hmm. Again, it's something that maybe we approach it differently in the West, but we too have this idea that at one point in your life you need to sort of take charge, and whatever you've got, whatever your talents, whatever your virtues, your flaws, you need to sort of fully embrace them and devote them to something beyond yourself.
Yeah. Even though you know that they will be gone.
No, of course, it's a bit different. And if you die, let's say, if you die attempting that, it's good. It's the same reason why some man decided to start and go mountain climbing. Have we got any advantage by reaching the top of the K2 or the Kilimanjaro? No, not really. We planted a flag and yay for the flag. If we want to be cynical about it, or why would you go and explore the depths of the jungle? Yeah, maybe you can find some diamonds if you find the right spot, but the allure itself was the desire to explore the unknown. There is no real advantage in mapping and charting those lands. And I think it's the same with the beauty. There is no point in going to the depths of beauty itself, because there is no real worth in it. But at the same time, it's something that we find fascinating. It's something that we seek after because that beauty calls to something higher. That beauty, it's a pale reflection of something higher, but it's still a reflection of that something.
Yeah, and there's this anime called Ashita no Jo, which is about a bot. So it's basically anime Rocky, but unlike Rocky, the ending is basically he wants to be the world champion. He loses the last match, and like he's sitting on in the corner. And well, to reach this point, basically he had to basically sacrifice his youth and everything. And he's sitting there with his he gives he's sitting there with his eyes closed, sort of, and with sort of kind of a smile on his face, not entirely sure, even though like it's just been revealed, or rather that by points he basically lost the world championship, and so the ending and basically it stops there. The film stops there. And the implication is that basically he died, and
That's
so
very similar. It's in between, honestly, because the original Rocky, first one, ends with him losing. Its victory is that he proved that it was able to get so close to the top, being a nobody, and that putting all the effort, even if he came short, he did something. His real reward at the end is that he was able to really develop a friendship with his trainer and with his love interest. Those are the two things that he understood where the it's literally the real victory wasn't the championship but the friends he made along the way, and the love interest he was able to
yeah,
win over.
it's
Seems him
yeah.
calling Adrian.
It's a bit different in Ashton Joe because basically there's a girl who is in love with him, but she basically realizes that basically he's going to die basically, and or rather like because boxing is like he wants to like
Gonna be
achieve great,
consumed by that.
yeah, and it's but it's not shown as like a bad thing or anything. If
No, it's the same. For example, I was telling you before about this book, Spring Snow by Mishima. The ending is very similar, honestly. One of the last scenes is the main character on a train bed going back home to Tokyo, literally dying of fever on the way home, and feeling a sharp pain. And the friend who's traveling with him starts to try and massages his side to make the pain go away. And he says that he sees in his face at one point something in between the greatest pain a man could ever feel and yet a faint smile. And then 2 days after, he says pretty much that the main character died. So I think it's something similar with that anime. There is like,
yeah,
it's not saying it was foolish to die for a forbidden love and trying to see that woman one last time. It was sort of his call in a sense, and he was able to perform it, even
I
if
mean,
his whole.
yeah, but if you compare to that, say Romeo and Juliet, like the implication is that like they were kind of dumb too.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly. That's the difference between someone like Shakespeare. Is like they were young, they were in love, and they two fools.
yeah, they were
In
dumb.
the
Yeah,
book, the idea is more like he was young, he was in love with this woman, and it was right to die in such a poetic way. And I think it's the same for this anime you are describing. And I think the sentiment in Sakaguchi when he's talking about the beautiful girl of 20 and the idea of death she should face is kind of similar.
and
I think.
I would compare Ashitano Joe to like a Western film, I guess, which has kind of similar themes. If you have seen it, Whiplash.
Oh
Um,
yeah, yeah. Mhm.
yeah, but again, again, the message in Whiplash is kind of like the opposite because yeah, he's able to achieve greatness and beauty, but then he ends up killing himself. So the implication is that well, he shouldn't have pursued these things. He should have,
Yeah,
yeah,
or a little bit like that other movie, called The Wrestler, something like that. I don't remember the correct title. It's the story of that washed out wrestler that tries to go back into the ring one last time. He's able to do so, but loses everything else because he's so laser focused on that. And during his last fight, when he's about to do, I don't know how it's called. I think it's an elbow drop. When he's doing that, about to win his match, when he jumps onto his opponent, he dies of a stroke. So he achieves, in a sense, perfection. He was able to achieve his dream of going back into the ring and fight one last time to find meaning in life. And as soon as he finds that meaning, he literally passes away. He can live this
yeah.
life.
That's very different from say I would say the death of David Eilich or something by Tolstoy. I read that a while ago, where basically the protagonist lives. He basically does everything to get forward, but but and he but at the end, and he basically sacrifices everything. Like, for example, he falls in love with a woman, but it's not good for his social status to be with that woman, so he chooses another woman. And
I
so
think it's different types. There are different types of idealism behind each one of these stories, but the Western ones and the Japanese ones have a different sensibility behind it. Even
yeah,
if there can be a little bit of crossover between the two, especially in modern Japan, there's been for sure more of an influence of Western mentality to a degree, despite being surface level in many regards.
yeah. I mean, it's still quite surprising that they have been able to resist it for so long, given the the
Because to a degree, I think they didn't even resist. Hello there. I don't think they even resisted. The Japanese, in silence, when Shushaku Endo is describing this kind of marshland that is Japan, where roots cannot grow. It's more of a passive form of resistance rather than an active one. It's just they are very different in the way they think and they
I
behave.
mean, shutting down closing off the country for 200 years, and then
Yeah, yeah.
uh,
Also, the, at gunpoint being like,
crucifying Christians. Like, that
yeah,
sounds pretty active to me.
no,
Uh,
no. But at the same time, that was the extreme reaction to different things. The geopolitical situation in Japan at that time was really weird. But at the same time, despite Christianity coming to Japan, um, its progress was incredibly slow and incredibly, let's say, didn't bear much fruit even in the long run, because in other places where Christianity was persecuted, after the end of the persecution, a lot of people came back to the faith. Whereas in Japan, a lot of very few decided to try and hold on to this tradition. Those who were devoted, they were the best there could be. They were like willing to die for the faith. Everyone else, when they gave up the first time, it was like, hey, it's not big deal. They didn't really care that much. It was just everyone around me is a Christian. Guess I'll become a Christian. Now Christianity is illegal. Guess I'll leave Christianity because the
I guess they had something to fall back to or something.
yeah, in a sense, and even when they did so, they bounced, let's say, relatively well. They had there were no real big issues for them. A few, I'm sure, felt bad, but the majority didn't really get bothered by the fact they had to renounce the faith.
I mean, I guess a very silly reading which I've seen about the Japanese is that because the country's constantly been facing all sorts of natural disasters, that mean that people have a knack for being able to, like, okay, there's been a massive disaster, the end of civilization or whatever, but let's just move on to the next thing.
Maybe there is a little bit of that too. It's not something to erase completely, for sure. Having to face earthquakes, storms, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions every once in a while shapes you in a certain way. Um,
Hmm.
I don't know if it's
If it's,
maybe it's for sure it's a contributing factor.
yeah, it can't be just that. I mean, there
No,
are
it's one of the
yeah,
elements.
yeah, it's complicated, I guess. So
Yeah,
there isn't one answer.
put it that way.
Okay, let's see what he has to say after the girl of
Also,
20.
just let you know, half an hour and I'll have to go. Sorry.
I see. Then
We
I see.
can do, let's say, another little bit, then
Hmm.
I'll have to go.
Okay.
20. It is said that death is the end of both flesh and spirit, but I wonder about that. To be honest, I cannot go along with the idea that, now that we've lost the war, it is the spirits of our fallen heroes who are most to be pitied. However, when I think of those shoguns over 60 and still so attacked to life, who are being dragged into court, I completely fail to see what's so attractive about human existence, and yet I cannot but imagine that if I myself were a 60-year-old shogun, then I too would be dragged into that courtroom clinging to life, and so in the end I am left feeling astounded at this strange force called life.
That's a very
I
good
prefer the
point again.
20-year-old
Yeah, I say,
It's easy to be looking on the outside, let's say, and say why it's so willing to just die. But if you were in his shoes, how would you feel? The idea that this one life you've got is about to end.
beauty,
I mean,
but do the
even from the Japanese perspective, I'm sure they can feel something similar, no?
yeah,
We got one chance at life, and that's it, to a degree.
yeah, and I guess by this point they have been quite westernized as well. To us,
Yeah,
yeah,
especially the ruling class.
and especially the literary class, given that this guy is a writer.
Yeah.
do the
Also,
old
Yuri, if you want to contribute,
I didn't notice Yuri was there.
let's see. Just look below my bowler hat.
Oh. Yeah, hi there, Yuri.
Okay.
Hello, I've been here for a minute, just listening while I'm on my lunch break.
Okay.
Okay. So let's go back to the document. If I can find it. Yeah.
shoguns also prefer her. And is it in light of this preference for the 20-year-old beauty that our fallen heroes are claimed to be so much to be pitied?
What's that about? So he is asking whether the shoguns would prefer the 20-year-old beauty. Yeah, I'm sure they would.
And that the idea that the heroes having to be pitied and celebrated because they were young and they died young, or it's something to be insane. Should we celebrate it or should we pity it that they died young? Again, it's question.
I see. So I guess he's saying that it's not the heroes who have to be pitied. It's us who it's the shoguns and who have to be pitied because we are alive or something. I guess.
And then he says pretty much because these heroes, those who didn't die, what are they doing right now? Some of them turned and became black marketeers or petty criminals. So again, is this idea
Yeah.
they
are more pitiable, I guess. They are more pitiable than the dead.
Sent someone or something that was sent to the front line as a sort of champion of the beauty, the regality, the greatness of the Japanese people at war, and then coming back home not having died, and either ended up a cripple begging on the streets, or on the other hand, having learned the cruelty of war and turning it into the cunning and sly mind of the person who gets rice and sells it at a higher price to those in need, then it would have been better for him to die. That's, I think, one of the sentiments that he's trying to put forth too.
If it's all so clear-cut, then I can stop worrying, and could even find here the basis of a new faith which devotes itself to the pursuit of 20-year-old girls. But life is a more incomprehensible thing than that.
Nice joke there.
This is, I like it. It was putting the basis for the Moe movement.
Yeah, I just realized. But I guess 20-year-old was too old after all. Sorry, Sakaguchi.
It was you need to start somewhere, no? You
that.
Sorry, couldn't
I
resist.
cannot stand.
Yeah, good one.
Stand the sight of blood.
Yeah, so basically, like you doubled, you added to this joke back from 1945, like the punchline to it. Like another one. Yeah.
Only have the punchline in the modern
Blood, and once when there was an automobile accident right in front of my eyes, I wheeled round and fled. Yet, I always liked grand destruction. While trembling at the shells and incendiary bombs, I was at the same time tremendously excited at such frenzied annihilation, and yet I believe that I never loved and longed for human beings more than at that time.
And I like this one. This part here reminds me, first, the comparison between the accident and the bombing reminds me a little bit of what Joseph Stalin said. The death of a man is a tragedy. The death of millions is statistic.
But I don't
Isn't
think.
it?
I don't
No,
think it's.
no. I know it's not what he's trying to say, but reminds me a little bit of that in a sense.
Yeah, because it's because like, it's kind of saying the opposite, that when he saw a lot of people dying, even though he thought it was beautiful, he never
Couldn't.
loved and longed for human beings more than that time.
And the second part reminds me a little bit. I don't remember the name of the poem, but it's by an Italian author, Ungaretti, who found himself in World War One on the front line. He used to be almost a futurist at the time. He became one of the Hermetic poets, and he writes in a poem how he's on the front line and he sees the battlefield, and on the battlefield he sees the body of a soldier tangled in the barbed wire, and looking at it he sees the horror, and from the horror he also senses a desire for love and beauty in a sense, and he concludes saying, "Never like this time I felt so attached to life." I think it's a similar sentiment to a degree. This idea that when we are in the worst situation, there can be a sort of salvific view.
Mm.
As weird as it is, we need to cling on to something that's good beyond ourselves. That's why he says, like, I loved and longed for human being more than time.
I think I wonder whether it's something more um because it's a spectacle and it looks great, as
Yeah,
opposed to like just a small incident of somebody just bleeding
I
somewhere.
think it's both of them. Also, that because there is a spectacle,
Given that
the
he's so obsessed
beauty.
with beauty, I guess.
The beauty of destruction. That's why it's in a sense it's easier to make something appealing out of an explosion rather than a simple car accident. You can describe the explosion as a beautiful flower of destruction, something like this. The car accident where it's a bit different in a sense. If I remember right, the word, for example, for firework in Japanese translates literally as fire flowers. So in a sense, you can see they are looking for the poetic side of the explosion, and I think would be the same with a incendiary bombing. Would be like a carpet of fire, something like this. It would evoke something almost poetical in it.
Yeah, but basically he's watching history, I guess, or something.
Yeah.
Time. I refused the kindness of several people who encouraged me to evacuate, or undertook to provide me with a residence in the country, and I held out in Tokyo. I intended to make the air raid shelter in the ruins of Kosakoi's place my final base, and when Kosakoi evacuated to Kyushu I thereby lost the last of my friends in Tokyo, but when I imagined the American troops eventually land.
I'll need to start playing it here
Yeah.
again.
Otherwise.
Mm.
October 1986 3. Ing, and myself holding my breath in the shelter barraged by heavy artillery fire on all sides, I felt the urge to submit to that fate and prepare myself for it. I thought that I might die, but without doubt I more often believed that I would live. As for my ambitions once having survived among the ruins, however, I expected nothing beyond survival itself. Strange rebirth into a new and unforeseeable world. My curiosity for this has been the most vivid thing in my life, and it was simply as if I was strangely spellbound by the need to remain in Tokyo and thereby pit this danger against the extraordinary degree of vividness which my curiosity had attained.
That's
For all
another
that,
interesting part, I think. It describes pretty much first the fear and yet excitement he would have felt if he found himself pretty much surrounded by the American soldiers, and then this idea of emerging pretty much he says, in a sense, I feel like he's trying to say that emerging from the air raid shelter was like a rebirth,
Yeah.
and with the cost that if he died, if he would have died in the bombing, that would be it. Would have been a sort of great, spectacular death in fire, but instead having to be in rebirth in this new, unforeseeable world, like he says, he had to adapt. So it was a new set. It was something positive as well because it was a new set of rules, and he had to learn from scratches, pretty much, to live in this new Tokyo.
Even here in the UK, I've heard that when the Germans bombed London, some people would go out to see the bombs, even though
Mm.
they could die by doing so.
A little bit like Julius Evola when they were bombing Rome. He ended up in a wheelchair because he got blasted by one.
that
But
I am
yeah, exactly. It's fascinating. And I also read in a book that, for example, in London, after the bombing, there were like a lot. Of course, there were thieves and people robbing, but for the most part, the people were instead very calm and trying to help one another.
Yeah, I read an article by George Orwell where basically he explained it by saying that, well, there was less division between rich and poor class or whatever,
Yeah,
because we could all
that's,
die. Um,
exactly.
uh,
It's
and
like the great equalizer, isn't it?
yeah, unlike the British, the Germans did not specifically target the working class. Because if you know, as you know, probably when the British bombed Germany, they made sure to get the industrial
Yeah.
districts. I
It
mean,
was the same even in Italy when they bombed Genoa and parts, some of the cities in Sicily. Went after the mostly the places where the living quarters, let's say, where most people would be.
timid by nature. On April 4th in 1945, I experienced for the first time a bombing that lasted for 2 hours all around me. The flare bombs overhead
by the way, the bombing in Tokyo was much worse than in London. Let's put it that
Yeah,
way.
I remember reading some of the in a couple of works by some authors. And one article I think I read were a few descriptions, and yeah, it was pretty much an endless barrage.
And also,
The,
the wood took a lot. There were a lot of wooden houses, so you
yeah,
know,
exactly. So everything will catch fire, and
yeah.
will be even worse.
overhead made the place as bright as day, and when my second eldest brother, just arrived in Tokyo, asked from inside the air raid shelter whether they were incendiary bombs, I tried to reply that they were flares, but found myself in a condition where unless I placed all my strength in my stomach no voice would come out. At that time I was working part-time at Nippon Film Company, Nikkei, and once, directly after the bomb attack on Ginza, we stood on the Nikkei rooftop in Ginza with 3 cameras positioned on the tower of the 5-story building, to film another attack formation. When the air raid warning came, everyone disappeared from the Ginza roads, rooftops, and windows. Even the rooftop anti-aircraft encampment people hid in a covered trench, and there was no sign of anybody. The only people visibly exposed to all around were the group of 10 or so people on the roof of Nikkei. First there was a rain of incendiary bombs on Ishikawa-jima, and the next formation came directly overhead. I was aware of the strength draining from my legs. Those cameramen, cigarette in mouth, who pointed their cameras at the oncoming formation with such extraordinary calm, left me quite astounded.
Yeah, that would be quite an
Yeah,
experience.
indeed. Cannot even imagine.
Astounded. And yet I was in love with grand destruction. The sight of people submissive to fate is a strangely beautiful one. All the vast mansions in Kojimachi disappearing as if they'd never been, nothing but the flicker of smoldering fires remaining, and an elegant father and daughter, sandwiching a single red leather suitcase between them, sitting on the green grass by the moat. If it weren't for the vast ruin with its little tongues of flame in one corner of the picture, the scene would have been no different from a peaceful picnic. And at Dogenzaka, likewise now a vast expanse of nothing but burning embers, halfway.
So yeah, describing the place.
Yeah.
This content downloaded from 5ing. Up the slope lay a corpse, covered by a sheet of corrugated iron, which looked as though it had been struck by a car rather than died in an air raid. Beside it stood a soldier with a bayonet. The endless winding flow of victims coming and going poured past it indeed like some innocent stream. No one so much as noticed the fresh blood on the road, and if occasionally one did notice, he showed as much interest as if he were looking at a discarded scrap of paper.
It's interesting this description of like first the father and son, father and daughter on the lawn, just looking at their house being destroyed with the flames, and yet it, there it would look almost as if they were, if one didn't know about what was going on, could have been taken for almost a picnic.
Yeah.
Then
So basically, life goes on, and there's this moment of grand destruction, might be a tsunami or whatever, but then or the war or whatever, but then people don't really care. They can just move on.
yeah, there is a sort of detachment, sort of stoic perseverance.
I mean,
Everything is gone, but
I wonder whether it's stoic or childish almost.
yeah, exactly. It's something that seems in between. In a sense, it's like this acceptance, and at the same time, it's such a shock that they cannot fully realize, understand what was going on. Even the description of the corpse under the corrugated sheet of metal, and the people just looking at the blood like if it was just some rubbish on the side of the street.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, I mean, you get shocked the first time you see it, and the explosion and everything is shocking. But then after a while, you have to get on.
Sort of either you become desensitized to it, or you come to accept it. Strange way.
Paper. The Americans said that the Japanese immediately after the war were bewildered and stupefied, but the nature of that procession of victims just after the bomb attack was different in kind from bewilderment and stupefaction. It was an astonishingly weighty, replete, innocence. They were simply the obedient children of fate.
This
The
one,
ones laughing were always girls of
this part here when it says they were simply the obedient children of faith. I'll just say this, then probably to go. But and maybe, what do you think? Maybe we can continue this another time. How many more pages are left? Like, I think we are halfway through.
No, there's only one more page left.
Okay. Because sorry, I need to go in like 10 minutes. But this part here reminds me a little bit of an episode in Nagasaki nuked, and in that city there was a convert, a Catholic convert, Dr. Nagai Takashi, who took the name, him too took the name of Paul, as his Christian name, and he survived the bombing because it was in an hospital outside the city. His wife was pretty much, when the bomb fell, she was in the epicenter of the bomb. He was able to find only her melted rosary. He wasn't able to find anything else of her. After the destruction, there was a lot of sadness and bitterness in the Christian community. Nagasaki was and still is the biggest Christian center of Japan. It was a small fishing village, and then it was given to the Jesuits, and the Jesuits turned it into an important city. It became an important city. So most of the Christians of Japan were living there, and their community almost got completely wiped out by the bomb. And they asked this guy, this Doctor Takashi, to write a memorial, sort of a commemorational speech for to try and revive the spirit of the Christians. And his speech pretty much said that as tragic and as terrible as it was, they had to endure this for the sake of all of Japan. They said that pretty much God chose the people and the Christians of Nagasaki as as an innocent lamb, as a sort of holocaust for all of Japan. He said he sacrifices the most pure and innocent. He sacrificed most of the Christians in Japan to leave an example and to leave to us, become living examples of the importance of like this self-sacrifice, of this sense of we need to endure not for our own sake but for the sake of everyone. I find a sort of parallelism here, even if in a different key, with this idea of these uh, children of faith. Of course, we are talking about two very different persons. Sakaguchi seems a very Japanese person with pretty much no trace but on the exterior of these Western ideas, whereas Dr. Nagai had a very deep understanding and a very deep and honest faith. He converted after a sickness and because of the prayers of his future wife. And so he had a very strange, unique understanding of his religion that was way stronger even than most Catholics in Nagasaki. And I think there is, however, this connection between this idea of children of innocent lambs being brought to slaughter. I don't know. Do you think you can sense a little bit similar connection between how they expressed this idea of complete surrender to these events of history?
Mm, I
Also, hi
guess.
Lou.
Oh, hi, Lou. Um, yeah, I think.
Please continue.
Yeah, I think. I think what is going by innocence here, it's more like they are innocent now, but they wouldn't be innocent if like if the bombs hadn't dropped.
Yeah, it's a different type of. In that sense, I agree.
It's more
That
like
one is.
it's more like innocent because they don't care. Like a small kid will
Yeah.
still try to have fun in that situation almost.
Like when you see, even despite whatever is going on, children playing about.
Yeah, that's I think what he's thinking.
Yeah, probably true. I'm just thinking that it's interesting how these two persons saw something similar, even if their analysis is pretty much the two opposite. One is complete detachment, the other is complete attachment to something instead.
Yeah, because he's saying that they are childish because they're detached. Almost.
Hmm.
Let's move on.
15 to 16 or 16 to 17. Their laughing faces were clear and delightful. Raking among the ruins of the fire and tossing the crockery into a burnt bucket, or basking in the sun as they stood guard over their scraps of luggage, perhaps these young girls were unaffected by the present reality because they were filled with dreams of the future, or perhaps it was due to their great vanity. It
Yeah,
was a
that's
pleasure.
another interesting point.
Yeah,
I said that there, yeah, again, these two extremes of their detachment. Was it indifference or a sense of I'll be able to make it because I'm still young?
Yeah, or like that sort of thing, or like I'm a pretty girl, so I'll
Yeah,
be
exactly. So I'll find a way to survive.
um. But by the way, Lou, if you to hear the recording, you will have to join the video thing stream unless you already
Got
have.
it.
Yeah.
Pleasure for me to search out the laughing faces of the young girls in that burnt wilderness. In the face of such grand destruction, there was destiny, but there was no decadence. They were innocent, but replete. Those who had safely escaped through the raging flames now crowded together beside a burning house for warmth against the cold, in a completely separate world from others a mere foot away who were desperately battling to extinguish those same flames.
Again, there is this contrast. I really like how he highlights the two the two opposite reactions. On one side, this the burned city and these girls that were so beautiful, and on the other, and then the burnt place with the people trying to find some warmth, and the other people trying to save whatever was left of the building.
I can. Why do you think that he says that there is no decadence here, even though everything is literally falling apart?
I think maybe in this case it's because says in the face of such grand destruction there was destiny, but there was no decadence because it was in the moment. I think they were living for the moment, in the moment.
Plus, they have the Japanese kind of, mentality where they're okay with death as long as it pushes forward.
In that moment, the only thing that mattered was the here and now, and there was no time to to even invite in decadence. Everything was gone. So what could you make? What
Yeah,
could the
I guess it's like the tragedy of it's a little bit different from say the way that the like in the movie Downfall how Berlin is portrayed like as the Russians are approaching and after as well then again I guess that's like whenever that's a different because there's a literal invasion force I
Yeah,
guess
that's also a little bit different. True.
because it is said that in Berlin, well, people were basically acting like degenerates as because they knew that like everything was coming to an end. But here it's more like the thing which was supposed to end everything is over, and but we are still there essentially.
It's not so we can go. There is a hope for the future.
Destruction, it's surprising love. Grand destiny, it's surprising love. In comparison to this, the look of the nation since defeat is one of pure and simple decadence. Decadence. Yet, compared to the banality of decadence, its banal matter-of-factness, one feels that the beauty of those people obedient to destiny, the beauty of the love in the midst of that appalling destruction, was a mere illusion, empty as a bubble.
Yeah, so like it was there like the bubble burst. It was there for a moment. Yeah, but
The illusion didn't last. Once they started to rebuild, and again, this reminds me a little bit of a book by a Catholic Eastern Rite Catholic priest of Polish origins, born in the United States, is called "With God in Russia." When he talks about how in the Gulag, they pretty much in certain gulags there were such harsh conditions. The conditions were so bad, so harsh. There was, he said, pretty much no time to sin. There was, you had no energy and no time to sin. You could just survive. And instead, when they started to accommodate a bit more, when they started to feed them better, he said there was a surge in sin because their basic needs were fulfilled. They had enough to eat. They had even some time to rest between work shifts. That allowed the the fallen nature of man in those prisoners to take advantage of idle hands. So he said that is so he started to hear more and more confessions of people committing more and more sins, especially of us of sexual matter, especially between between male inmates. And he said that that was the scary part. Their situation was improved on a material and physical level, but on a spiritual level there was decadence. And I think it's something similar here, no? When destruction was all around them, there was this sort of hope of rebuilding. And once the destruction was over, with the rebuilding in place, they started the stain of decadence started to spread as well.
I guess it's something like, okay, now we have the reconstruction. What do we hope for next? There's not,
Yeah,
yeah,
you've got enough around that either you don't know what to do with your time, so you start to slowly waste it or take up wrong things, or on the other side you start to worry about unnecessary things, or yeah, there are
yeah.
many reasons why one can start to go from bad to worse.
Bubble. The Tokugawa regime's rationale for killing the 47 Ronin was that this would eternally preserve them in their status as loyal retainers. But although it did indeed manage to prevent a descent into decadence for the 47, there is no way to stop the descent of humans in general from the purity of the loyal retainer to mediocrity and then into damnation. Even if you rule that the
I don't agree, it's a bit too fatalistic.
Okay.
virtuous wife must not serve two husbands, that the loyal retainer must not serve two masters, it is impossible to prevent man's downfall. Even if you stab the young virgin.
Okay. Let's get it.
Virgin. For a view of Japanese, this content down to death and thereby succeeded in preserving her purity. Beauty pervaded it throughout. Beauty pervaded to death and thereby succeeded in preserving her purity. When once you begin to hear the banal footsteps of decadence, those matter-of-fact footsteps like the endless lapping of waves upon the shore, you cannot help but recognize that the petty nature of human action, the petty nature of the virgin's purity thus preserved, is nothing more than a bubble-like, empty illusion.
Again, I don't agree with this sentiment. I agree when he says that
This dude is full pessimist, dude. Full pessimist, bro.
but we can also understand why its country has just been destroyed. It's seen a foreign country.
So did he just say that like her dying aversion was good? You know, because
You should see that you missed
her purity was preserved.
you missed some passages earlier when he's praising
Okay.
uh,
Okay.
a niece of his, 21, committing suicide. Just to let you know. But I think the problem is we all understand this idea of the footsteps, of the endless lapping of waters upon the shore, that it's decadence coming closer and closer. My problem with this is not understanding that there is a way to keep. You can keep a distance. If you stop, of course, decadence is going to catch up to you. But that's why even it's in Dante's Inferno. He says at one point, "He who stopped is damned. 100 years every second," something like this. The idea is, if you don't keep proceeding in your spiritual life, in your life in general, if you don't try to find some ways to always develop in a way or another, it doesn't need to be grandiose things all the time. It can be also small matters, small things, doing your job properly, uh, involve yourself more deeply in something, in a hobby, or pursuing uh, a better relationship with your family, something like this. I don't want to sound like one of those
Self-help gurus. I don't know.
yeah, exactly, like something else, clean your damn room. Trying to say Jordan Peterson is the answer, but the problem is, if you keep doing, even if you fail, even at least you are struggling, you're doing something, and you're not stopping. If you stop, for sure mediocrity, for sure decadence is going to be upon you. If you try to keep going, at least you can keep it at a distance. and I think this is his problem. Is he seems paralyzed.
I think he
We need to
basically
look it in context, of course.
I think basically what he thinks is that you're like you think you're keeping it at a distance, but it's still coming, essentially like a wave of mediocrity.
Of course,
Uh,
that's understandable.
yeah,
Denying that, my issue is with this idea that it seems to be giving up a bit. Again, in context, I can understand why. We are talking Japan just after the end of World War II, with a foreign power pretty much dictating many aspects of their lives.
yeah. Let's see where he goes because maybe he has a solution in mind to this.
Mm.
Illusion. Could we not say that the kamikaze hero was a mere illusion, and that human history begins from the point where he takes to black marketeering? That the widow as devoted apostle is mere illusion, and that human history begins from the moment when the image of a new face enters her breast.
Okay,
And
I like this because he speaks. It's something that I hear about many stories, many pieces of creative writing. It's like this one feels like the beginning of something. Why didn't they start from here? And I think that's the same sensation he's getting from what's going on right now. He's saying the hero who survives the war comes back home disillusioned and with not a single job opportunity. Of course, he's going to decade. Of course, he's going to kill.
This dude talks in parables.
Yeah, I kind of like it because you can feel that he's a writer.
It's very artistic, that's
No,
for
no,
sure.
absolutely, I really like. But the problem is when he talks like this, I also think sometimes he loses the
It's a
focus.
bit vague. It's
Yeah,
vague.
exactly. Something that even with students we were talking about how
It's artistic, but it's
yeah, it's
vague.
very flowery, and the broader meaning gets lost in these details. And sometimes this meandering is good because he explains something about his point of view, society all around himself, but at the same time doesn't lead you anywhere. I wonder, and this is for sure one of the issues, if the translation from Japanese to English lost something because Japanese is a very different language when it comes
It's
to
so different. It's
yeah,
way different.
I
absolutely.
so
The structure's like the opposite of English, but continue.
I think he's saying that like the ideal of the virgin dying a virgin and the kamikaze hero and the emperor like those are ideals and so they are illusions, but the black
Uh,
market here
it's
is real.
concrete, it's real. And again, to a level, I agree. It's true. But if you haven't got the ideal, you cannot rise from this muck you find yourself stuck into.
Okay, let's play.
perhaps the emperor too is no more than illusion, and the emperor's true history begins from the point where he becomes an ordinary human. It is not only that creature, history, which is so huge, humanity itself is likewise surprisingly huge. To be
Again,
alive is
here,
indeed the supreme.
to be alive indeed is the supreme mystery. All this part here, it seems more like he's trying to analyze this as more of us as a storyteller than someone really trying to understand the situation. It's like,
Yeah, I think early on he said that if we really want to understand what's going on, we shouldn't look at the historical events, but we should look within ourselves or something.
yeah, which it's so again to a degree it's true. I think it's going a little bit too far though down that way, that road, and it's missing the fact that sometimes there are people who can embody heroic virtues that can embody ideals, and often they are the two extremes, either true heroes or true monsters. But to reduce everything to just this seems like a bit to be alive indeed is this Supreme Mystery. It's a little bit mystifying, a little bit like just trying to throw smoke in your eyes and say, you cannot really see it. Which is, again, it's sort of true, but it's a bit too extreme.
Okay.
Supreme Mystery. One of the grander images of humanity which the end of the war has enabled us to perceive has been that spectacle of shoguns of 60 and 70 lining up like horses upon the battlefield, to be dragged into court rather than committing seppuku. Japan was defeated, and the samurai ethic has perished, but humanity has been born from the womb of Decadence's truth.
Yeah.
So he's calling them cowards, basically.
Yeah, later on, but then it goes on to say, I don't like the idea of committing suicide, but at the same time, he can understand it.
That's a little hypocritical.
Weird, yeah. Then he says, I can see sort of the beauty in it.
I guess what he's saying is that I mean they're not supposed to be like ordinary people, like they're supposed to be the leaders.
Yeah, exactly. They should be the ones.
Yeah, they should be the first to sacrifice themselves to
They should
seppuku.
be the ones living to that ideal.
Seppuku was kind of looked upon as kind of like a holy, like that's honorable way to go,
Final rite. It's a sort of formal farewell to.
It's like the man ways out.
I gotta go in like 5 minutes. Sorry, but more or less the rest says. I think it says more or less the same. I'll wanna read. Maybe we can read the last bit. I'm sorry that we are skipping a little bit, but
okay, let's see.
Part here is pretty much him describing someone committing suicide by shooting himself in the face rather than surrendering.
Let's play
Truth.
along. Let's play it along. Why not? There's not much
Truth.
left.
To live and to fall, this is the correct procedure, and can there be any easy shortcut to the saving of humanity outside it? I do not like harakiri. Once a melancholy old machinating rogue, Matsunaga Danjo, was cornered by Nobunaga, and there was nothing for it but to shoot.
So I think this is basically his point: to live and to fall. That is the correct procedure. And there's not.
Yeah, it's destiny. It's your job, your place.
The problem is, it generalizes like, since we grow old, and then end up.
It's cowardice to shirk your duties such as that.
Okay, let's jump on to the next paragraph, maybe.
Shoot himself in. Beauty pervaded it throughout.
Oh, where did it go? Went somewhere else. So the next paragraph. It's here. No. Let's start from here then.
Beauty pervaded it throughout. Beauty pervaded it throughout.
That's not what I was trying to play.
Beauty pervaded it throughout. This was
Your
not the
poor
beauty
computer.
of human truth.
It's trying.
So long as we forget to think, we can easily.
Maybe I should have allowed it. If I just allowed it to play, maybe that would have been fast. Let's play it from here this time. Maybe book.
I sympath.
You simper, okay.
Right.
Ooh. I might have to try to real.
That's a pretty good reading AI. Sounds pretty realistic,
Good.
It's if you have the Edge browser, you have it on it basically.
That's cool. Pretty cool.
Yeah. But basically, they only allow you to use it if you use their shitty browser, which nobody uses, so nobody knows about it.
More people are using it now, dude. I don't know. People are running from Google like it's the plague.
Let me try opening the tab. New one.
Ooh, I like that your search history was Warhammer 40k. Fuck yes.
Okay.
Based search history.
Indeed.
I don't use Edge much, so I don't even remember why I searched that.
Yes, while
Don't
trembling
care.
with fear,
Awesome.
I yet gazed enchanted at the beauty. I had no need to think. This was because I saw before me only objects of beauty, not humans. Indeed, there weren't even any thieves. People claim that Tokyo is dark these days, but during the war it was pitch black, and yet I walked about the dark streets late at night with no fear of being attacked and robbed, and slept without locking the doors. Wartime
It's the same,
Japan
a
was an
little bit like-
unbelievable utopia, a certain empty beauty pervaded it throughout. This was not the beauty of human truth. So long as we forget to think, we can easily find in this sight an unsurpassable show of nonchalance and magnificence. Even with the unceasing fear of bombings, people were always nonchalant just so long as they didn't think and needed only to gaze entranced.
Dude, it was
I
the
too
same
was one of
way
those
in Britain.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, it was the same way in Britain. It was the exact same way when the Nazis were bombing Britain.
We were
The people
talking earlier
acted, they went. Yeah, that's great. I'm glad you guys did, because it's the exact same. People go about their daily lives like nothing's going on.
If anything, it sort of gives a sense of finality to everything. It's like they are bombing us. If
It's
someone
surreal.
shoots me, that's it. But at least I'm among my people, and in a sense, I think that purifies you. That's why they were, like he's saying, even here, he didn't fear getting robbed. He didn't
I feel like that's humanity, like at its peak, because it's like you have the fear of death day by day, but you just don't. You're doing your normal routine.
Yes, exactly.
Fools. In all innocence, I was playing with the war. After the war we were permitted every freedom, but one might say that when people are permitted every freedom they become aware of their own inexplicable limits and needs. It is eternally impossible for humans to be free. This is because humans live, and must die, and because they think. Political reforms are made in a day, but human change cannot be made so easily. Humanity took the first step on a newly discovered path in distant Greece, and how much change can we see in it today? Humanity.
This one again. It's very. I like.
I disagree.
Yeah, and I like how he phrases it, but I disagree as well. This idea that we cannot be free. I think he read a lot of Greek literature. This guy. Because-
And when he's saying freedom during the war, is he talking about just like you could do whatever you want because it's like chaos? It's war?
No. He means that after the war, the Americans.
After the war, yeah, they could indulge in things that they couldn't indulge during the war.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
For me, it's the difference between true freedom, how we perceive it in, let's say, Christian.
Is it luxury or is it freedom?
Exactly. This is the thing. One thing is true freedom. That is the freedom that comes from doing what is good and what is right, and so it doesn't matter how poor or rich you are. Your soul, your spirit is free. Even if your body is in chain, your soul is free.
I think what he means is that during the war, like there were rations and whatnot, and like what you could choose in life to do, like as a job was limited, blah blah blah. Like women could go to work.
Say there are more choices, but those choices are also detrimental.
I think it's more like basically like when you actually have a choice, then like your limits, what you can actually do becomes obvious. Like
also that.
Like you can't technically become a doctor or whatever now that you don't have to like choose this job, like you don't have to go to war. But now, but you can't do it because you're not intelligent enough or whatever. So you're
before there is like a call to a duty for the country. You go and work in the factory because the nation is in need of that, so you surrender to that, and it's a sort of different kind of freedom. And then instead right now it's like you can't because you haven't got the skills, kiddo. So that's it. But I also think it's talking a little bit about that freedom that comes from doing what is right, and the different freedom, like the more the freedom of choice, that it's more like the liberty in.
Basically by freedom here, obviously he means
can indulge
the
in a
opposite.
few things.
Yeah, basically it means the absence of coercion, nothing else. It doesn't really mean anything.
Humanity. Whatever the terrifying destruction and fatality with which war faces us, it can do nothing to humanity itself. The war has ended. And look, haven't the kamikaze heroes become black marketeers, and aren't the images of some new men already swelling in the breasts of the widows? Humans don't change. We have only returned to being human.
I think it's kind of shameful that he's bashing the kamikaze people like this.
Yeah, it's a bit strange. I can understand the
Why?
Because he has this idea that everything.
He's basically saying like your wives are whoring out to other people already. You know.
I do believe the problem is like when he says, "What does he say? Humans don't change." It's true, but we can be changed.
Yeah, but I mean, her husband's dead. Of course, she's going to look for another replacement now.
But the idea, I guess, during the war at least was that, like, you should remain loyal to your husband even though he's dead and not.
Oh yeah. Like if he dies, you should also probably like die too. Yeah, I get it. And it was especially like it was magnified with the Japanese. Because
yeah, exactly.
Okay, let's read the rest.
Dent loyal retainers and saintly women become decadent. It is impossible to halt the process, and impossible to save humanity by halting it. Humans live and humans fall. There is no easy shortcut to the saving of humanity outside this. It is not because we lost the war that we grow decadent. We fall because we are human, it is only because we live that we fall. But I believe that humans cannot fall utterly. This is because humans cannot retain a steely indifference in the face of suffering.
I think he's missing. I think this dude's. He's missing a lot. Like he's just saying they fell because they fell. There's no reason that they fell, dude. That's a little
fatalistic. That's why for me, I read a lot of the Greek authors and was also a little bit convinced that
we couldn't have prevented this no matter what we did. It's like I don't know, if you would have invented the nuke before the Americans, you would have won. You know,
it's a little bit of a cope. Like
definitely.
We cannot be entirely blamed because it's like this. We cannot be.
It's fate. It's fate.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's all I want to say.
It is not because we lost the war that we grow decadent. We fall because we are human, it is only because we live that we fall. But I believe that humans cannot fall utterly. This is because humans cannot retain a steely indifference in the face of suffering. Humans are pitiful, frail, and consequently foolish, but also too weak to fall completely. In the end, perhaps we cannot help but kill the virgin, devise the samurai ethic, and give the emperor his role. But in order that the virgin killed be one's own and not some else's, in order to create one's own samurai ethic, one's own emperor, it is necessary for each of us to fall well. And as with people, so too, Japan too, must fall. We must discover ourselves, and save ourselves, by falling to the best of our ability. Salvation through politics is an absurdity, the mere surface layer of things.
I think the biggest issue for me, I really like these final ideas, but the problem is everything is pointed towards humanity itself, and it's missing something transcendental.
God, he says we don't fall because we're weak. We're weak, and that's why we don't fall.
It's exactly why we fall. The original fall was because we. Yeah, the thing is, coming from a Japanese mentality, of course, there isn't the same.
Yeah, you definitely have to look at this through the lens of the Japanese.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's why I disagree, but I can understand at the same time why it's talking and reasoning this way. Not only the Japanese mentality, but the Japanese mentality just after the greatest defeat.
Yeah. Dude, imagine being like, we're the best, we're the greatest, we just destroyed your entire navy, ha ha ha. Oh, okay, we give up.
So
that's why it's fascinating.
That's a crazy, dude. I mean, they're the people that would never kneel to anybody, no matter what, and they kneeled. We made them kneel. So I mean, that was pretty big. That's a culture shift.
Oh yeah, it was a shock.
So I think so basically his point is that there can only be so much decadence because it's going to lead to suffering. So people are going to just reinvent at some
The
point
weird.
they're going to kill the virgin, devise the samurai ethic, and give their emperor his role. But it just
It reminds me a little bit of the song by the group Bad Religion, The Answer. Do you know the song?
no. What does it say?
It says, "I don't believe you got the answer because another will come along soon. I don't believe you got the answer. I've got ideas too." Pretty much saying that something will come along and replace your ideas, and we'll go back into this cycle of the same thing said over and over again. I find a similar kind of cynicism in this, like, yeah, do a little bit whatever you want, the situation will repeat, and that's how humanity goes. At one point, it's like, I mean, the search goes on and on for eternity in the song, and I think it's sort of a similar sentiment. That's cynical in that regard, but still cynical enough to bring some parallels.
Yeah, I think. By the way, the reason why he says that it is not because we lost the war that we grow decadent.
No,
We fall because we are human. I guess he's saying that even if they had won the war, well, it can only be this quote unquote salvation can only be prolonged. The decadence can only be halted for so long.
that one
Uh,
I sort of agree. The problem is the source and the solution seems to escape him because he doesn't like the idea of something being brought against our instincts, which he seems to confuse very often with a true human nature. So that's why I think but that's not even his fault because he comes from a culture where those things were seen in a completely different way from ours.
yeah, he basically sees the instincts as the source and
Yeah, pretty much for him.
It's funny that he mocks kamikaze people. That he mocks the honor of
More
you
than
sacrificing your
mocking
life for your country.
because
Well,
he
he's
sees,
attacking them.
I think it's because he sees that sacrifice has been meaningless in the long run.
I think he's kind of jabbing them. Yeah, I agree. Like, yeah, you guys sacrificed your lives, but we still lost to a nuke. You know.
And those who didn't, and those of you who killed themselves, came back and became criminals.
Like, what do we get for it? Nothing. We still lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get. Yeah, kind of that mentality.
So basically, like the soldiers who came back, many of them were involved in like the black market and stuff to make a living, essentially, and that's the decadence essentially for him.
Yeah.
Um,
So I'd say it's a very interesting essay. It's a very little monologue, pretty much, about his own sensitivity towards the idea of the defeat, the idea of the human condition in general, and how he sort of had a sort of self-revelation of his own feelings about decadence in this aftermath of World War II. But of course, since this person lived at that time, you're talking about 1946, um, since we are talking about someone coming from the perspective of the Japanese culture of those times, it's that's why even if I disagree with a lot of the points, I can still understand where it's coming from. Doesn't mean I have to sympathize or embrace some of those ideas, but it's fascinating to see how trying to rationalize
yeah.
all conflicting elements inside of himself and inside of the nation, I'd say, and
So
try
the
to give sense to them.
yeah. So the reason why I thought of bringing up this essay for today's chat was that I want. So basically, this is him coping with the fact that his society has fallen to decadence. So whether there might be any copes which apply to us as well, given that I mean, I don't know, if it's as bad. The situation is as bad as.
It's a different type of bad in a sense.
I can't say that Japan is worse off now than it was. I don't think I could say that.
Also, I think the biggest
I am in America, though. I'm kind of pro America.
the biggest issue in the Western world is that the strongest enemy, in a sense, it's already inside the walls. It's those people that don't like our own culture and our own identity, and they would rather sink.
Yeah,
Sink boats than
but by this point, like the enemy was already in Japan. Like
yeah,
they were
yeah,
literally
but
in charge.
it was an enemy who came from outside. In this case, it's more like uh, a poison.
I think they were just overconfident. I think Japan was overconfident.
Also, that we were confident. Our fault is the same. We were too confident in certain things, but I think the difference is in that case was more like the stab of a knife coming from outside, and in our case, it's more like an untreated sickness from within that is festering now. And of course, I'm not saying that it's our responsibility too. The people who were more conservative and so on and so forth didn't act in the right way in many regards and allowed this infection to grow stronger. And right now, it's taking over the whole body. I'm not
Yeah,
saying this to say, this is completely unrelated. This idea of decadence, like he's talking about, is wrong. No, no. Our decadence is as real as the one he's trying to describe. Only the sources and the causes are a bit different, and our solution should be a bit different too. Especially because we have different tools compared to Japan in 1946, since we come from the Western world. And like we were talking about when we were discussing the distributists, um, anime won't save the Zoomers, neither will Dante. The issue is still the same. He pointed that out very well. How the things of the past we cannot read them properly, and the things of the present it's difficult to find some real value. So we need to keep creating. We need to keep enduring, and we need to keep trying
I,
to understand better.
I guess we have to like endure the unendurable, like Hirohito's told to the Japanese when surrendering.
Probably. Oh, explain it to Lou, because do
Oh
you
yeah,
know what we're talking about right now?
Lou.
Yeah, what's up?
Uh,
Sorry, I'm multitasking.
yeah. So what we were talking about was so when the Japanese surrendered, Hirohito and I guess to convince people to surrender, he told them to endure the unendurable. So basically, like the mentality was that previously was that death is better than surrender is worse than death. But so basically by enduring surrender, they endured something worse than death.
Yeah, well, the Japanese believed that they should, die before surrendering. So I would assume that he had that view. They should just, it's funny because he's talking against seppuku and all that stuff, and kamikaze doesn't really amount to anything. But then he says, like, is surrender better than debt? It's kind of strange.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway. So sorry for having kept you for so long. Yeah.
No, it's fine. It was an interesting talk.
Yeah. I guess so. Yeah. I guess so. So with that said, I think I guess I mean it's not an anime, so I can't ask for scores or whatever.
Well, I don't know if it can be scored literally because it's an interesting opinion piece in a sense, it's a discourse, but it's a lengthy string of different thoughts woven together, which is interesting. I would say it's worth reading to get an idea of this particular person with that particular mindset in such a particular time frame situation for a country like Japan.
I guess I mean I guess Japan did keep falling afterwards, and the question is, did it ever find its footing? Again, did they ever find the things? Did they ever be able to create their new ideal? Find the kill the virgin and create.
I don't feel like it. No,
No, I
But
see.
if they
I
were
feel
to
like
do
there's.
so, sorry, I just finished it. If they were to do
No,
so,
go for it, Krish.
they will have to detach almost completely from the Western world and try to cut
Exactly.
the influence. But the problem is they've been very good at adapting many aspects of Western civilization, modern.
Right now, they're kind of just America's bitch.
Well,
It's
then
I mean, it sucks,
who
but I
isn't?
mean, that's what
Yeah.
they are.
not really at the same time.
Yeah, and who? But then again,
Not that I
other
want that, but
yeah, other than Russia and China, I don't know like who isn't
yeah,
America's
yeah,
bitch. To be
Mm,
fair.
yeah.
correct.
With that said, I think well, I think as Peter Hitchens put it about the British about Britain. Like about you either have an empire or are part of one. So basically, the fact that
Yeah.
the fact that
It's not
Britain
wrong in that regard.
Yeah, the fact that Britain no longer has an empire just means that Britain is part of another
But
empire,
yeah,
essentially. Yeah, I guess. I mean, is it fatalistic? I mean, he does say you.
a little bit.
He does say that things
It's
will turn around.
fatalism. It's interesting because it's a very peculiar kind of fatalism. Again, because of these strange ideas of what fate and what human nature is.
Hmm.
But
It's
this is how
yeah,
I see it.
yeah. I guess it's more like because like I guess he has sort of a cyclical view of history, which it's
Yeah,
kind of weird because like most of the people who have a cyclical view of history tend to have that as a cope in order to not to be fatalist. So basically, what they usually say is that um, like
yeah. Things will get worse, but then sooner or later, because what decadence will lead back to someone fixing things. It does say a little bit the same as well, but it's not as positive as others.
yeah, and also I'm not sure what he actually means that we must discover ourselves and save ourselves by falling to the best of our ability.
It's like when you commit so when you make a mistake, when you trip over, then you can learn from. It's sort of like you cannot perfect yourself if first don't fail, in a sense, but on a deeper, broader level as a whole society.
Hmm.
So they can use this opportunity of being completely defeated as a way to find a new footing and start again. I think.
Yeah, because the reason I asked that it was to Sneed, basically because he and his other writer friends basically they did fall, I guess, like by living the basic depressed Byronic or whatever
Mhm.
artist lifestyle. uh,
Yeah, Damien, like the French.
that sort of thing. And yeah, with that said, I think it was fine, all things considered, and I'll stop the stream here.
All right. Thank you for everything.